of the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission. Today is Wednesday, March 8th, 2023, and the regular meeting of the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission is being conducted via Zoom is hereby called to order at 6:01 p.m. The meeting is also being carried live on YouTube. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I invite those participating remotely to do the same. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll start off the roll call of the commission. Please verbally indicate that you are present. Elaine, you're up on the screen twice.
Well, I'm trying to see, my computer screen just froze.
Okay. Yeah, so we can see you there.
I'm on my phone and I just clicked out of the computer. Am I down to one?
No, we can see you. So you might want to stay there because we can hear you good.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Kelly.
Present.
Commissioner Parkins.
Present.
Commissioner Amato.
Here.
Commissioner Tiki hasn't logged in yet. Is he in the waiting room? Mr. Rossetti?
Not yet. I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. Myself, Commissioner Harger, alternate Commissioner Donato,
Here.
and Mr. Rossetti, our P&Z administrator.
Here.
Ms. Castro, our assistant administrator.
Present.
Mr. Panico, our consultant.
Here.
Sarah Vernassos, our recording secretary.
Present.
And Stephanie Charbonneau, our stenographer. Did she need to be here tonight, Mr. Rossetti?
No.
Okay, very good. Okay, for the record, Commissioner Laskos and alternate Commissioner Onofrio are unavailable for this evening's meeting. Alternate Commissioner Donato, you being seated for Commissioner Laskos. Would you please acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Our first agenda item is other business. Item A, the zoning enforcement report by Mr. Ron Bea, our ZEO. Welcome, Mr. Bea. You have the floor.
Thank you. I want to first say hi to all the commissioners. I probably haven't met everybody, but hopefully I get a chance to formally introduce myself. Just going to give a little update. I'm going to breeze through this. You probably have this in front of you, I believe. So since I came on board in September of 22, we had a bit of a backlog. So we kind of worked in layers and prioritized different things and to move forward and try to get caught up. So we did that by prioritizing major violations and tasks, divided them into categories, and then worked our way through. We've been successful in resolving numerous violations, as well as removing ground signs that are not permitted in or in compliance with the city's regulations. Through weekly and bi-weekly staff meetings, we have cohesively reviewed, discussed, and created new approaches to gain compliance while building relationships in the community. Morning hours for myself and most of the staff are reserved for permitting and general zoning questions. Afternoon hours are used to address complaints in the field. Over the course of the last 6 months, the Planning and Zoning Office processed the following applications for certificate of zoning compliance. As follows, we've done attached additions.
Mr.
You want
Bea,
to go?
just ask Mr. Rossetti, do you have this report so that you could share the screen?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Okay, and while you're doing that, let me just acknowledge that Commissioner Tiki is here and he has joined us. Is that correct, Commissioner Tiki?
Commissioner Tiki is here. I was
Thank you.
in cyberspace, but yes, I could hear you.
Not a fake background.
Really here.
Okay.
You're not in the cloud, are you?
I was, but
You were? Okay.
So we're just waiting for Mr. Rossetti to put up that report. And I'm assuming that because this did go to the commission, that everyone did have the opportunity to review it. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Bea.
All right. Yep. So if you look at the grid for staff approved certificates of zoning compliance, you'll see these are the following numbers that we've done in the last 6 months. We had 19 attached additions. We've done, well, these are business occupancies, mostly done by Alexandria, 38, change of use 1, commission, commercial construction 3, decks 16, detached structures, which include sheds, garages, etc. 12, home occupations 2, home office 17, in-law apartments 4, new construction, new homes 5, pools 9, signs 17, temporary signs 2, for a total of 145.
Okay, the business occupancy of 38. Are those businesses going into already established locations?
I'm gonna let, if Alexandria is there, I'll let her speak to that, because I believe she does, she deals with that part of the equation, so.
Okay.
Yeah, all those businesses were going into pre-existing places.
So it's more like a reuse of a space
Continuing, yeah.
with the same kind of business in a way.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Baya.
Yeah, so if you look at the next section under signs, I think we're kind of a little lean when we said over 500 signs, because Alexandria and I sat down and we went over, but we probably have more than that. We've ground, those nuisance signs that you see along the side of the road. We've done a good job of.
Pages up. There you go.
There you go. And of really cleaning up those ground signs that are a bit of, they kind of look tacky around town. The next layer for signs, we did flags, banners, and then, some other additional lawn signs that we removed citywide. Under
And,
violations.
Mr. Baya, is that because they're in the right of way?
Yeah, they're in the right of way, or they're not, that's, well, 90% of those are in the right of way. And we don't allow advertisement, like, the signs for people who want landscaping business, snow removal, etc. So those are the kind of signs we go after. I mean, we're not going to bother the Boy Scouts or Shelton school buses, and the in-town stuff is, and holiday stuff. Obviously, we use good judgment, but these are the kind that, advertisement. A lot of them are on poles. You'll find them on telephone poles, the stuff like that. And people put tag sale signs up. Of course, they never go back and grab them. So we try to keep things tidy if we can. So it's a little pet peeve of mine. That's all. So
Good.
So under violations, the next section, we've taken kind of a proactive approach to prevent an overload of residential zoning violations. We have a little door tag that we created. This is our little door tag. I don't know if anybody could see it from.
Yes,
Yep.
Yeah, so we kind of created a little door tag. So a lot of people aren't home during the day. We go and we get a complaint, and we'll take the door tag and put our name on it, date, number. It's been really effective in getting correspondence back. People will get back to us, and they, are receptive to it. It's kind of a friendly approach. So it's less intimidating, and we're able to explain, why we were there, and work our way towards getting compliance for whatever reason we were there. So that section there is really related to the door tag. It's really proven to be a very effective approach in educating the residents of the city's planning and zoning regulations and assisting them gaining compliance without intimidation, or some sort of a formal letter at first. People kind of get, taken back when that happens. So, and then going to complaints, which is the next section, that process is the formal complaints are made. They're accepted generally via written form. The complaints are logged in and assigned to an inspector or the CEO. The CEO, I work in conjunction with Jim Orizzetti and Bernie Simons, and we're guided by Alex and Rossetti and Alexandria Castro. But Alex and he, kind of has given us free reign. Myself and Jim Orizzetti get to go out and really do 90% of the field work. Alex will join us occasionally when it's a bigger item. And Bernie has been great with, answering the phones while we're out in the field and giving us that availability. So we go out and assess the situation, review the complaint, visit the site, and based on the initial site visit, we'll make a determination whether we're going to start with a verbal notice or if we need a formal letter to go out, depending upon how severe the violation is. So, and we try to do an average time. We'd like to get compliance within 30 days. Not everything is cookie cutter. Some of them, we get compliance in an hour, and some it may take a couple months to get there. So depending upon how bad the situation is and what we're dealing with. So.
Can I just ask, you talk about the processes accepting complaints via a written form. Do you tend to get people that call and you have to tell them you have to put it in writing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Lisa is probably the point person who gets a lot of the first line of for us, and she does a good job of, telling them, listen, you want to make a formal complaint, you can fill out the form, so, you really don't want to get into taking anonymous complaints. So,
No.
so that's where we start with that, and we try to stick to that if we can. You will get the occasional, of course, you go to visit somebody about their complaint and they'll point across the street and get, we may be out at visiting a site and see another violation just because it's on the same road or, another road adjacent to where we are. So we'll catch stuff along the way too. You always do. So it's just the nature of the job. So getting to the next section, which is the complaint backlog. So since September of 22, we've gone into the field and we've had a lot of unresolved complaints that dated back to 2017. So we went diligently in the fall of last year through each one of them. A lot of them resolved themselves. Some didn't, but we wanted to go back and dot our I's and cross our T's to make sure that we addressed them. At least we could put a check mark next to them and close them out officially, so we don't have anything lingering. It's, it was important. I think Alex stressed that it was important to go back and, put an eye on all of these and make sure that they were taken care of. Don't just assume that they were taken care of. So we did a good job of that too. And Jimmy Orzetti again was great with that. I mean, just out there every day, we just keep going at it until we got the numbers down, which I actually am surprised that we are where we are today. I thought it would take a little longer based on my experience, but it's we're fortunate we were able to make such headway. So.
Okay.
So we got the completed complaints that you see in the next section. This is since September of 22. These are the following. These are backlogged, and some of them are complaints that came in the last 6 months. These are some of the types of violations that we were able to resolve. We have unpermitted structures, 21 property line disputes, neighbor disputes, and that we are pretty much civil matters, but we still went out and at least put our eyes on them and make sure it wasn't us. 15 grading, filling and grading issues, 13 roosters and chickens, 11 unregistered vehicles, 18. That might be a low number. It might be a little bit more than that. Drainage issues, 8 commercial businesses and residential zones, 14 outside storage issues, those containers that you see around town that are all over town, 22 of those. Soil and erosion issues, 11. Performance standards under section 43. I don't have section 43 in front of me. 21 of those. And bamboo complaints, we had 7 of those. As the state has new, as I think it was 2013 or 2015 that they put in a state statute for bamboo, and how if you have bamboo, what you need to do to have it. So and then we have 18 open and pending cases that we still have on the docket that we are working on resolving, such as unregistered vehicles, commercial businesses in residential zone, and some soil and erosion issues, and a recent grading and filling issue that came up just this week. So any questions on that?
I'm interested. Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah. What is the recourse? I assume these are people complaining bamboo has traveled over into their property.
You're talking about the civil, like property line disputes?
No, the
No. The bamboo.
Bamboo, so I don't know. You'd have to, we advise people, these issues weren't really, some of them were type that were going on to other people's residential properties. we didn't find anything too terrible. I've seen in the past where it's gone and lifted up a built-in swimming pool patio. We didn't have anything like that. We had more of the minor variety where it started to go underneath the fence, and we kind of tell the homeowner, try to keep a better eye on your bamboo and what you're doing with it, try to maintain it. And then the person being affected obviously would need to cut it and kill it at that point to keep it from growing on their property. So we haven't had any issues where it was a heated issue. The two neighbors really worked together, to try to solve the problem, which we were fortunate. So I hope that answered your question. So that's based on what we've dealt with. I've seen worse ones, but what we've dealt with were of the minor variety. So
Yeah. State says you have to control your bamboo. You can't let it wander.
you years ago you planted it and it ran wild. Now there's a certain, I think, metal sheathing that goes in the ground down a certain depth that is supposed to keep it contained to your property and not let it go left and right and stuff like that. Just keep it going north and south. So
Mr. Bay, on the unregistered vehicles, do they ever get to the point where they have to be towed?
well, you can't tow them on private property. We haven't run into that. No, we just make them remove. You can only have one unregistered vehicle on your property. So either register the vehicle that's not registered or remove it or put it in a garage. So there's a couple different ways that you can, get compliance. So that's what we've done to get compliance in that area. So.
Okay.
How do
Have you
you-
ever come across any abandoned vehicles?
We haven't had too many. There's one truck that's on Lower Bridgeport Avenue that sits in a driveway that is kind of bothering us, but we're working towards finding out who the owner is of that one. But we haven't had too many of those where they're just abandoned. If they're abandoned, then they're in, if they're in the street, obviously it becomes a police matter. It wouldn't be our issue at that point. So if it's in a parking lot, it's going to become the owner of the parking lot's issue. But in the residential zones, no, we just we deal with the owner of the property head on, whether it's a rental property or not. It's still the owner's responsibility at that point. So
I just have a quick question. The unpermitted structures, are those typically from complaints, or is that something you find driving around? Like, how do you find unpermitted structures?
most of them are complaints. It's also staff. We could have one of the, building official or assistant building officials go out and say, I was out here to do a heating inspection for a furnace, and then I saw this deck in the back being built. Don't remember a permit for it. So you get a lot of those.
Okay.
Yeah, you get stuff like that. I mean, people say you'll get a neighbor calling up and it may know the neighbor, they may trust each other. And someone may say, what, I'm building something. I'm building a little shed in my backyard, and, they could be weekend warriors. So you find that a lot, people do that stuff on the weekends, and, you do that. It happens with the building department a lot when you get a lot of people that roof their house, they re-roof their houses. They don't want to feel like pulling a permit. So they get on Saturday, they come out there and they put new shingles up, and, Monday morning they go back to work. So it happens, but we get, you can get them in different ways. People will call in. We'll see. We don't, seeing them that way, it's hard because you'd have to really be catching them right. The timing has to
Building
be,
it, right?
yeah, be so perfect. I mean, it's hard, and you're driving, so it's not like you can have your head pointed in everybody's backyard,
Right.
because you're not paying attention to the road. So not that easy to find it that way.
I'm sure there's a lot more that are complaints are coming in on. So.
Oh, they'll come in definitely by complaint, but like I said, some of the other departments, like Tim in the building department, Tim Brown, he's excellent with that. If he sees something out of sorts, he's not afraid to pick up the phone and just say, hey, listen, I'm over here. Do you know about it? And this morning he actually called me about one that we already know about, but he's good like that. He'll just,
A lot of people don't know they need a permit to put a shed in their yard.
and yeah, you're right. And some people do, and they're just
Right.
Yeah.
True.
and they're
Yeah,
cute. So
There's bad
you know.
apples all over, but
Right. It happens. I mean, I have to say, Shelton's city of Shelton's really nice. I mean, I think it has a lot to offer for the residents. I really do. I didn't know much about it before I came here to work.
Spread
And
the word, would you?
I like it. Well,
Spread the
gotta
word.
well, I don't think you have to spread the word. Everybody wants to come to Shelton. It seems
Yeah,
like
well, they come and then they start complaining, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
right. So, all right. So I'll finish up.
Can I
So
just ask one other thing on that outside
absolutely.
storage?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
referring to those clothing bins that are all over?
Oh, you know what? So that's on my docket to go. So I actually got a complaint on that today. You know, the one on Bridgeport Avenue near Walmart.
Mhm.
Somebody called and complained about that today. I have it on the docket to go out tomorrow morning and look at that. I told you in an email, I've had instances where we reach out to the company and you go on deaf ears, but I told you when I worked at Middletown, we actually, Department of Public Works went out, we picked them up and took them to the dump and threw them out. I mean, just cleaned it. That particular one spot that we're talking about near Walmart, it is an eyesore. Yeah, it's
But
overflowing.
the property owner should be fined. That's the thing, if they're letting that on their property, they need to be fined. Get it off the
Well-
property. It's not allowed.
Correct. And everything falls on the owner of that property, really. That's where it's going to fall eventually. The bin itself, the donation bin, I mean, that's just the company laying the bin out, but the owner of the property, right, he's ultimately in charge of his property, right? And he's responsible. So period. Yeah, you're
Do they
100%.
get anything from a company to allow the bin to be left on the property?
I don't know, Jenny. I
Yeah.
really don't know. I'm going to say no. I mean, I think I don't know. Maybe it could be an empty parcel if they say, hey, lay your bin out there for,
Mhm.
Goodwill or whatever they do it for. I don't know, to be honest with you. So, I mean,
The
mostly,
question is, are they just fly by night operations where they just come and dump the thing on a vacant parcel, or are they actually getting a permission from the landowner to put them there? So
Mhm.
that's, if they're
Good
giving them
question.
permission, then they're responsible for getting it out of there.
yeah, good question. The other thing is a lot of that stuff this time of year, when it overflows like that, it's not any good anymore. I mean,
Right.
it's in the elements. It's getting wet. It's getting, cold. I mean, the stuff becomes garbage at some point. So,
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm. Well, it's definitely something we need to have a conversation about.
yeah. Yep, it's definitely on our radar. Something that was definitely one of our next things to tackle for sure, no doubt about it. So in 2023, some of the things that we're going to be working on that we've started working on already is to continue clearing signs and then to deal with window signage. And I know, Ginny, that we've talked about that already several times. So, and then the LED lights, the glaring lights and strobing lights, blinking lights, stuff like that, that are not permitted. We're going to be working on that, continuing the process that we have with the complaints and re-inspections, which I think between myself and Jim, re-inspection is really key to gaining compliance. You may have to go out 4 or 5 times to get compliance. And if they see you're not going away and you keep coming back, they kind of say, you know what, we need to do something because these guys aren't going away. Anybody can go out and do the first inspection. It's follow-up that really gets to compliance. So
Mhm.
we've done a good job of going out, and if we have to be a pain in the neck, we have to be a pain in the neck. And right away when you deal with somebody, when you're doing this long enough, when you got a person who's going to work with you, and you can tell when somebody's gonna, string you along. So, and we've done a good job of that. So, like I said, again, the next line is the same thing I just said, kind of increase site visits to ensure that we gain compliance, and then any upcoming projects are properly maintained. That means any new construction too, going out and visiting for soil and erosion issues, making sure the tracking pads are in, and keeping tabs on it, stuff like that, especially as we head toward the warmer months, and we're going to have a lot more construction going on. So we're going to be busy in that area as well. We had an idea in the office. We don't know if we're going to do it yet. We're about creating a notice to residents on common violations that's typically the residents may not be aware of, in which we don't know if we're going to go that route. That's something we stuck in there. Whereas we were thinking of doing that, sort of kind of send out something like, these are the 10 most common violations that you run into, and be careful if you do have any of this going on your property, be aware that this is in violation of the city's zoning regulations. So, and that's pretty much it. And like I said, we're always open the office to any comments or suggestions that the commission has or feels will be beneficial to the department. And we always look forward to new ideas to improve our process. I just want to give a quick thanks to Alex Rossetti and Alexandria Castro for leading the office, and for everyone else that I've worked with in my first 6 months. Today is actually my 6-month anniversary. So Jimmy Rossetti has been outstanding. Bernie Simons, Lisa, and Sarah is a great addition. We've recently took on Sarah a few months ago, and everybody in the office is really great. I wanted to just, yeah, I can't be, I mean, it's just been a great group to work with. And anytime we have something to talk about or deal with, it's, Alex is really much farther along in maturity than his age. He does an excellent job of running the office, and he's doesn't knee jerk on anything. I'm really impressed with and how he goes about his day-to-day tasks. He's a very hard worker, and so is Alexandria and the rest of the office too.
Good. Well, congratulations on your 6-month anniversary. You have been busy.
Yeah.
Appreciate all the efforts that you are doing on behalf of the city. Do any commissioners or staff have any comments or questions for Mr. Baya?
I'd just like to say how much I appreciate these roles being filled, because it's just, it's not fair to the folks that abide by the rules, because I'm sure they'd like to do all this other crazy advertising as well with the signage and everything. So really appreciate your efforts on this. And I think you've done a lot of work in the short time that you've been there. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's been really, I myself we've made such strides. I didn't think we'd be this far along, to be honest with you, but we've made some really good strides. I think the weather did help us. I mean, a lot of times you get a couple big snowstorms and you really get halted, but the weather cooperated too. So we've had a little luck on our side too. So, and sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good.
Oh, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay. If there isn't anything else, we'll thank Mr. Baya and release him from his
There you go.
participation. Have a rest of your good night. And
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next are 5 applications for certificate of zoning compliance, and I understand from Commissioner Motto that the zoning subcommittee met to review these. So what is the recommendation, Commissioner Motto, for the first one, Busy Bee Daycare, 250 River Road, for a sign?
Bring that up. Yeah. So looks like there's been some work.
This is the original, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it's a change of owner here. So we
Oh,
want the phone number off. The caring for children. I don't know, Ruth, you thought maybe having the 6 weeks to 5 years would be okay to keep, but
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just too busy.
our general idea is to just say this is the name of the business and the street number there. That should be sufficient for the sign.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a very busy road.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for people to try to write down a phone number, it's just, I mean, they can just look it up online or, call information. So, or however people get phone numbers these days. So I don't think it's just too busy a sign. It's more like a billboard than it is a sign.
Yeah, I think you have to err on the side of caution sometimes, that you don't have so much there that a driver is going to be distracted and not paying attention to the road. So,
And we were told that 250 is going to be up on the top of the sign, that they're keeping the original stand, if you will, the face, but so that
Mhm.
250 will be up in that semicircle.
Commercial zone or residential zone?
Residential.
It is?
yeah, this is a long time facility that's on River Road. It's before, right, I think maybe half a block before the Riverside Cemetery
Yeah.
on the left as you go down.
Is it an operation out of a home or?
The separate building of its
No.
own.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, the entrance is actually on the back street. You have to go around the corner. You cannot drive in from River Road. You have to go around the corner to the driveway. So any other questions for Commissioner Romano?
The only question would be, do we want to eliminate all the wording, like caring for children 6 weeks to 5 years old? Or let them keep that, but just get rid of that phone number?
I think the day, saying that it says daycare preschool, I think they're getting that point across as to the time frame. Caring for children is, I think, redundant.
Yeah, okay.
I know
I-
our zoning regs have very strict requirements for a professional office in the home and a business in the home and things like that. So
Mhm.
somebody ought to check that out and make sure that they're in compliance with that.
Right. Okay, Mr. Rossetti, would you please note that? But contingent on that as being permitted, is there any other questions? So, if not, is there someone that wants to make a motion on this sign?
This is Commissioner Ticky. I would motion for approval with the edits made, which is to remove the caring for children 6 weeks to 5 years old and removing the phone number.
Okay. Is there a second to Commissioner Ticky's motion?
Commissioner Kelly will second it.
Okay, so on the motion from Commissioner Ticky with the amended sign, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Mato,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Yes.
Commissioner Ticky,
I'm
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Motion is passed 6-0. Okay, Commissioner Mato, what's the recommendation of the zoning subcommittee for the second application? Bella Vita Wax Salon, 439 River Road, for a sign.
Pretty much the same thing. I flip that so people can see it.
Unfortunately, I don't think.
Here it is.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So the writing to the right and the phone number, we wanted that taken off. And at that point, they'd probably need to redesign the sign
Mhm.
a
So
bit.
she is creating this herself. It's not created yet. So she's aware that she's going to be updating some things.
Okay, so she knows the phone number and the
Description.
top right coming off.
Yes, I don't have an updated version for you guys. I'm sorry, but she will take off those.
All right, and so should we table this until we get an updated version?
I think if we just tell, it's a sign that's over a door in the shopping center where, I think it's where that little Polish deli is, right?
Yep. Mhm.
So it's gonna go right on, under the eave over the door or over their portion of the building, so,
It's right here. I don't know if you can see that.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Okay,
I don't know that we have to table it. It would just tell her that the sign should say is Bella Vita Wax Salon.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to put the Bella Vita above Wax Salon or something.
I'd let
whatever.
her design it.
Yeah, so should we, for staff to just confirm after the redesign comes in, the revised one?
Sure.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay. So, is there anyone that wants to make a motion for this particular sign application?
I'll make the motion, Commissioner Matto, to approve the sign with the phone number and the writing on the right-hand side removed,
Okay,
with staff reviewing it before it goes.
right. Okay, is there a second to that?
Commissioner Parkins. will
Donato.
second.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner D'Amato. So on the motion to approve made by Commissioner Amato with the removal of 2 areas and having staff review the revised version, seconded by Commissioner Donato, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Ticky. Is Commissioner Ticky still on? He did indicate to me he had to step away around 6:30. So the secretary can make a note that Commissioner Ticky was not present to vote. Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. The motion has passed by a vote of 5-0. Okay, Commissioner Amato, the third one, Shelton Square, 882 Bridgeport Avenue for facade update.
So if I may, the following two applications, there is not a business occupancy on file for either of these. One is working on the facade update and one is working on the signage specifically. They've
So
had
the
their,
landlord, the owner did they apply for the facade update?
they have a company doing it on their behalf. So regardless of whether this particular business moves in or not, they still will be updating the facade. But as far as the home goods business itself, I know they're in works for that right now, but they've had this paperwork in for quite some time, and I just wanted to help move it along when they do get their paperwork in.
All right, so, but when they talk about a facade update, they're not actually going to install the words home goods.
No,
No, so what's their
so
facade
this is
update design?
all the paneling down here on the bottom, which I believe the applicant is on. Let me see. Yes, I'm gonna,
On the 11th.
Alex, if you can add in studio architecture, they have their hand raised and they can discuss.
Yeah, sign committee did not review the architecture facade update. We looked at the signs.
Okay.
I
All right,
believe we did.
Well, the facade isn't any different. It's just the signage, correct? Well, what are
This
they
is-
doing with the facade? It looks the same.
well, the Bed Bath and Beyond had a black background, it looks like,
Yeah, but that's just the signage. That's
part of
not
the
the
sign,
facade.
right,
We have
Why did they
Chris
put that
representing
cross-section
the
in then?
applicant.
Yep. Good evening, Chris Raffaelli with Studio Architecture. We're the architects for Erstedt Biddle on this property. So the scope is to change the colors to a typical home goods color scheme, and also to remove or infill the minor reliefs in the ephes that makes the image of Bed Bath & Beyond. So if you could just flip to the EX 300. So you can see the big columns on either side of the Bed Bath & Beyond sign. They have all of those stripes and those little squares.
okay,
Those are reliefs in the ephes that we intend to either carve off or flatten out
mhm,
smooth columns.
mhm.
One thing that's not yet, this is kind of a multi-phased project. One thing that is not represented here yet to you is what's happening with the storefront glass. As you can see, it's many panes of glass, and Bed Bath & Beyond did not have a ceiling in their space. So the glass went up as far to the roof as possible. Home Goods, who's going to be the proposed tenant, does have a ceiling in their space, and it will be down around 12 feet or so. And in addition, they do not want the entry door where Bed Bath & Beyond had it. We believe it will be closer to the center of the opening. Not quite sure yet. They haven't determined their interior layout to locate the door. But in the end, the overall size of the glass opening will not change. Just the pattern in the door will change.
Okay,
Yeah.
One other modification, exterior modification I'd like to make you aware of is on the rear of the building. We have a need for a couple of extra egress and access doors. I'm not sure if this board has, if that's part of the approval for this evening, but I wanted you to make aware that we are moving and adding a 3-foot door to the back and also adjusting the shape of the compactor pad to accommodate their new equipment.
mhm. I think that is something you need to pursue with staff,
Sure.
okay?
Can I just ask the columns that you'll be shaving off or whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
are they similar to in nature to what's next to the Holly Lane shoes? So is it going to be compatible with what's there? Or is it
Exactly.
gonna-
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. So we just need to get rid of the Bed Bath & Beyond identification. That those stripes and squares is really kind of their image.
okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be similar to what's next door at Holly Lane
Correct.
shoes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another page that shows it. It's the page that talks about the installation of the lights. Another page up, I think.
There's only one page each.
Yeah, I have like 4 pages. Isn't there another page that talks about under canopy signs? And then
Oh,
there
there
is
is, if you-
monument sign.
That's the monument sign out front.
Yeah, but then I have 2 other pages.
That's a
no.
different,
Yeah, so I
So
believe
that's-
the
okay.
sign vendor is also on tonight's agenda for the home goods sign, perhaps the under canopy blade sign, and maybe the monument sign. I'm not exactly sure what their application is.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, any questions for the representative from the sign company? Or the architect?
So he's just the architect. You're not the sign company, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so the home goods sign that you see on this elevation was just shown for reference, but the sign
Okay.
vendor is handling that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm from the sign company.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, so if there aren't any other further questions for the architect and any other questions for Commissioner Amato? The sign committee didn't review this, so we'll pass on that, but is there a motion? from
No,
anyone?
we did. We reviewed this.
Oh, you
we
did?
did.
I thought Commissioner Amato said that they had it.
We
We did-
did. My notes say that there was no issues with the facade and then there was no issues with the sign. I don't think you realized they were 2 different ones, though.
Okay. All right,
Did-
so is any other questions?
There's the sign representative online.
Yeah, but
It's
that's for the next
Separate application.
portion,
Oh,
separate application.
okay.
So we're just doing the facade update?
Yeah, that wasn't made clear to us at the meeting that we had, so.
Well, we didn't pick up on it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, on the agenda, what we're on is the 3rd one under the applications for specific zoning compliance, just Shelton Square facade update.
Mhm.
Okay,
all right.
so is there anyone that wants to make a motion on this?
Commissioner Kelly, I'll make a motion that we pass it.
Okay.
Commissioner
motion-
Parkins will second.
All right, so on the motion to approve from Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Parkins, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
is Commissioner Tiki back participating? No, okay, so we will go
And
on.
1 second, he's back.
Oh, he is?
Hi, Chairwoman. Again, same thing. I was able to hear that, but you just couldn't see me. So if it's appropriate, I can vote if it's appropriate.
Yeah, if you feel that you heard all the information and would like to vote, go right ahead.
Okay, sure. That I would vote aye.
Okay, so and the chair votes aye, so the motion to approve the facade is approved by a vote of 6-0. All right, so the other portion of this having to do with 882 Bridgeport Avenue is home goods and for request for a sign. Mr. Mato or Ms. Castro, who would like to present information?
Oh, we looked at the sign on the facade and also the monument sign, and we were in favor of both. And also happy to see Home Goods coming if
If they come, yeah.
they come, yeah.
Very good. Yeah, the monument sign, I think, is very striking, nice and simple.
Yeah.
Colors are good, it blends in. So any questions for the gentleman from the sign company that's on the here with us?
No.
No. Is there a person from the American Sign participate?
Yes, I'm from American
Okay.
Sign.
All right. Is there anything in particular you wanted to share with us?
No, everything. I just wanted to point out, I know you had talked about the storefront sign and the monument. On page 2 is a small under canopy sign also. Just wanted to make sure you were understanding that that was part of it as well.
And where's the under canopy? How's that going to be treated?
Well, if you look on page 2, you'll see the sign and the details, and that hangs from the canopy ceiling by the entrance. So if you go to page 1,
That's the perpendicular sign.
It's basically like, so if you're walking down the sidewalk from one store to another, you can identify where the store entrance is
Oh,
without having
okay.
to walk out in the driveway. And if you
Yeah.
go back to page 1, you can see on the, about right about in the center of over the entrance, it shows the under canopy sign. It's very small.
Right.
None of the other businesses in that center have such a signage, though. That's
I
not
thought they did.
consistent. Huh?
I thought they did.
Some of them
Under
do.
signage, under the canopy,
Yeah.
as you're walking, it would be
Yeah, so-
facing you?
Yeah,
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah,
Commissioner
I
Mott?
believe some do, but I'm not positive, but it's mostly a safety issue. So if somebody's walking, they don't have to walk out into the drive lane to
Look
see
up.
where the store is. They can see it from the next store over, so they know where they're, kind of know where they're going. It's pretty typical on almost all their stores. They usually have that.
Okay. Can I ask staff to reach out to the property owner to find out if the tenants who don't have them are going to be? Can we be consistent with this? It may have been because of the change in tenancy that we've had, that ones weren't installed by the new tenants. But if the staff could verify all that, that would be good to have.
How far off the ground are they?
It's usually, I think it shows, so it's usually about 9 feet.
Are any of the others illuminated? Most of the times the hanging signs aren't illuminated.
I don't know why it would have to be illuminated.
Yeah, I don't think, if there are others, which I'm kind of thinking there are, I don't think any of them are illuminated.
Yeah, it's, I don't know if you could see it right in the middle there. Right under the home goods, there's an arrow and it shows, just says new tenant signage. And it's very small. It's only 2.5 square feet. And again, it's mostly just for a directional and a safety standpoint. As it's not visible from the parking lot or from anywhere else other than just directly in that walkway.
Okay, I was just looking to see if there was a street view that would show what the,
Current?
what the shopping center has. And I just can't pull it up on my phone.
I could see the logic of it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's like a lot of places.
Matter of fact, it's a good idea.
It is, there is justification for it, for sure. All right, any other further questions for Mr. Lightfoot? If not, is there commissioner would like to take action on this particular sign application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll
Okay,
second it, Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, so on the motion to approve from Commissioner Motto, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins.
I
I think you ought to.
I don't believe there's signs. I don't believe there's signs on the rest of it. Even the picture that Alexandra just put up did not show any signage.
What picture
Hanging.
did you put up?
So if you're ready
Sorry,
to
I'm
set a
putting back-
precedent that they're all going to come in and do the same thing, then that's fine.
Let's see what this is. Yeah, you can't tell from here. Can you zoom in?
Zoom out?
No, the other way. Sometimes when you turn the thing, you can see it.
There doesn't seem to be an awful lot of clearance between.
There's one.
There's one there.
Yeah, you could see there's one for the Rosin Alley right there on the screen.
But it's
Yeah.
not illuminated.
No. So is there some further discussion on the motion to approve?
I didn't understand that it was illuminated, and I don't think it should, because the point of this is somebody walking. They wouldn't need it to be illuminated to see it, because you don't need to see it.
No,
It's just that the store is open at night and when it's dark out in the winter, when it's early, so.
yeah, but you
coming
have
down the
enough
sidewalk-
reflection from the glass doors and whatnot.
Well, hopefully there's enough lightage out there that it's not going to be in the dark for people to enter the store.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah,
Ms. Castro, can you move the screen? and go to the other way. See the other portion? Zoom in. I was just looking to see, we have those light fixtures on the outside of the columns, but I was just wondering.
There's another one there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, again, it's not illuminated.
yeah.
no,
So Commissioner Amato, you're the one that made the motion to approve. Do you want to amend it at all or just leave it as is?
The, what is this, under canopy sign?
Mhm.
Under canopy hanging signs.
We would like to be not illuminated, but the other signs are fine as presented.
All right, so Commissioner Amato is amending her motion to approve to include that the under canopy signs would not be illuminated. Okay, Commissioner Kelly, you had seconded that. Do you want to continue with the second?
yeah, the only thing I would probably add, if some of the other signs are illuminated, we can't really tell at this point if they are or they aren't. Am I correct?
Right.
So we could follow a precedent. If they are, it's okay. If they're not, then it shouldn't be illuminated.
Look like just a flat board
Yeah, it
sign.
looks like, but you know, we're looking at something that we can't really see.
All right, well, if we approve everything else but the under canopy signs and
Well, no, I would just say if the other ones are illuminated, this could be, and if it's not, then it won't be, period.
as long as it's all one way or the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, again, it's a PDD. There's got to be some consistency. We try to, get that with the signage above. We should keep it with the signage below. So.
Right. I agree with that.
I would be much more comfortable in that staff verifies. And we just revisit this particular portion of it.
Well, no, they just comply to what the other signs are, period.
Yeah, but I'm just concerned, Commissioner Kelly, that there's a mix. So.
Well, that's what
Well,
there should not be a mix.
No,
Right,
that's right,
exactly.
yeah. And that's something that we need to verify. So we could approve everything except that needs to be confirmed. The under canopy sign, everything else is pretty much cut and dry. But if we want to be consistent, we should have staff go out and actually see which businesses have under canopy signs and how they appear. Are they illuminated or not?
Well, yeah, that's what I think I said that.
What he was saying, yeah.
Okay. All right, so.
Verify the clearance under the sign.
Mhm. Yep, how much clearance you have to the top. So are we going in that direction or not?
Yes, I would, yes.
Yes, fine with me.
Yes,
Okay, all right, and I was the only one that had a chance to vote, so I'm voting aye. The motion has passed 6-0. Okay, last one is from Commissioner Amato is Pizza, 762 River Road.
Yeah, we like that.
Different.
It is, it's different,
Is this a chain or?
it's next to Parker's.
I know, but it,
yeah.
P for Parker's, P for pizza,
is this on the backside?
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. But this is on the backside of the building, not in the
Yeah.
front where Patty Patty is.
Right.
That's in
those-
there.
No,
that's-
it's
oh.
very simple and it is a cute sign.
Okay, is there anyone from the applicant here?
I believe so.
Okay, Commissioner Amato, is there anything you want to share with us before?
Alex, if you can add in.
No, this was the easiest one. We liked it. That's it.
Okay,
All we have to say.
very good. So no changes. So
Nope.
is there someone here from the sign company?
We do, Alex, if you could just add in Larry.
I added them. I don't know what's. Larry, you have to accept to be promoted as a panelist.
Try that again.
Are there any other signs on that facade?
If it's on the back side, it should be the Parker one.
It should be, yeah.
The restaurant that occupies the back of the building. But
I don't know
Parker,
why I thought this was in the front, but I could.
So did I, but to be honest with you.
That's why I was
thought
asking.
that was in the front too.
Because it says 62 River Road storefront sign, so I just assumed, but that could be wrong. Looks like
Well,
Larry's here. Is he?
The front are occupied.
yeah, you've got Fatty Patty on the left, and we have that karate, judo, whatever on the right. Was there a storefront in the middle?
The ortho something, right? Ortho.
Yes, that's in the, on the very end. The
Yeah.
Opposite end of Fatty Patty.
Yeah, I think the front, I just pulled it up on my phone. The front is all full. Ortho, and then the
She
boozy
band, yep.
Bush band is on the far right side.
Can you go around, move around to the back? Does it allow you?
No.
If the, what do you call it? The camera car went into the parking lot, actually.
This is the sign, the signage. Oh, there you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's,
All right.
it's
Zoom into the-
consistent as far as the letters and whatnot, so
Right.
the color and so on and so forth.
Okay, is gentleman from the sign company here yet?
It's hard to tell with that
Larry, can
tree
you-
there. Is
Okay.
that the door that's next to the handicap spot? A little over to the right. Is that the door to ortho? Or is that a separate?
Larry, can you unmute yourself?
Probably the door to Ortho.
Okay, whoever is controlling the picture on the screen, move down the street a bit. So okay, now zoom in.
Yeah, see, ortho's got their own doors there. So
Yeah.
it could be that one where the,
Storefront to the left, because
Yeah.
ortho would be,
Yeah, right there, you're right.
yeah, that's where it is. It is in the front. So this is
Yeah.
the last, it looks like the last storefront would be full. Larry, you need to unmute yourself to talk.
doesn't look like he's muted. It looks like he's just not.
No, his
He's
microphone
got
is
him. Yeah.
next through it.
Well.
This is the simplest one and we have the more trouble.
I mean, do you guys have any questions for him? Is there anything holding us
No,
up?
now we know where it is. It looks
Not
fine.
really.
Now, we were just asking to see if he had any input on this. So, and it is going to be illuminated.
I'd say he has no comments to offer.
Okay.
May not, but we may have questions there. So
Yeah.
that's what I want to confirm, is that each letter going to be illuminated? Is that how we did it for the other ones? There we go.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, if there isn't any, aren't any other questions.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve Commissioner Parkins. Is there a second?
Commissioner Kelly will second it.
Okay, so on the motion from Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, I'll do roll call. Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
Commissioner Ticky,
I
Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to approve passed by 6-0. Very good. Thank you. And now we'll move on to new business. First is application 2303. I'm sorry, 2304. 153 Bridgeport Avenue, LLC at 153 Bridgeport Avenue, Assessors Map 105, Lot 43 in a CB2 zone for a site plan modification. First of all, is there a motion to accept for review?
Make a motion to accept for a review.
Okay,
Commissioner Kelly.
Commissioner Kelly in the second, please.
Commissioner Parkins will second.
Okay, so on the motion to accept for review, Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Ticky,
I
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, this is a site plan modification to a commercial nursery that was approved on August 12th, 2020 to operate in a CP2 zone. As this is a site plan modification, the commission can review and act on this tonight if you have the desire to do so. what's everyone's feeling? Do you want to review and act on it, or,
Let's just review and then
okay? All right, is the applicant present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so identify yourself for the record and proceed
Hey,
with what you
hang on,
want
I
to tell
got,
us.
the computer just died for a second here. Hang on one, please. Is it on?
Yeah.
Hi, this is John Totus.
Mhm. Go ahead, Mr. Totus.
Make it louder, please. Wherever that button is, right over here. 3 people trying to find the button for the volume.
Volume's fine. Okay.
Okay, hi, how's everybody tonight?
Good.
Good.
Okay, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to obviously get my site a little better conditions than it is right now than we originally got approved on. I'd like to put a retaining wall in the front of it and dress the property up so it looks a hell of a lot better than it would on a 2-to-1 slope. I was approved for.
Okay, I see that you have on your profile page A to B, it shows the rock cuts, what it exists now and what it would change to.
It's gonna be pretty close to what we have right now, as you see on this drawing.
Right, that's the
The front
that's
wall
the one I'm
stays 10.
referring to. If you,
Yes.
That's the modified drawing,
This is the
right?
modified drawing.
right, but there is a cross section, so commissioners can get a sense of if you were standing on the side looking at the profile. There you go.
Right.
To what it looks now and how it's proposed to appear looking from the side.
Right. The side that you will see the highest point would be along the Greeks restaurant, which is 14 feet. And it'll taper down going up Bridgeport Avenue to Sullivan Avenue, slowly, gradually tapering down to the entrance ramp to the lot, which would probably be about 2 to 4 feet in height of wall. And that'll create a nice effect on Bridgeport Avenue and also increase my parking and dress up the property quite substantially.
Okay, I think you have some renderings that would
do,
illustrate
yes.
that.
Yes,
Quite a
I
bit.
believe there are renderings. I got to apologize. My engineer is not with me, so you're stuck with me tonight. And hopefully I can answer all the questions. There you
Okay,
go.
there you go. So the right side is the Shell Station Greeks restaurant side.
Correct.
But
And
that's a little bit misleading, I think. Is that shows the wall being parallel to the sidewalk all the way?
Correct. It's
On
14.
the site
Yeah,
plan,
correct.
it looks
It's 10 feet off the
wall
sidewalk.
moves back from the sidewalk.
It's 10 feet off the sidewalk.
Mr.
Okay.
Panico, what are you interpreting it?
I'm looking. Let's go to the grading plan. This is very picturesque. All right. Hello. All right. Can somebody point out on that drawing where the wall is?
It's where the black line is. It's right where right below that red line, correct? All the way down. It goes all the way down.
In the dark area, Mr. Totus, it says existing concrete sidewalk.
Let's go further down then.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that it was tapered back closer to the parking, but I guess I'm not.
Oh, no, hang on a second. It's,
I'm working
sorry.
on 8.5 by 11 pictures of that.
Correct. That's it right now. You got
What's
it.
that? What is that line you're just drawing now?
That is the wall.
That's the what?
That's the wall.
That's the wall?
Yes, that is the wall that we have proposed right now.
Okay.
Okay.
What it is, and along the sidewalks would be a 2-foot berm coming off the sidewalk to the wall, so I could put a nice plant bed in and dress it up with bushes and trees and so on. And hopefully it makes it a much better aesthetic.
Can we? Okay, just a couple of questions.
Sure.
On that corner that you're showing there right now, one of the drawings called out a wall,
No.
proposed Jersey barriers or dumpsters filled with soil. What are we talking about here?
What we're doing is in the front of Bridgeport Avenue, in front of the lot, 10 feet off of the sidewalk going up Bridgeport Avenue, I want to create a wall, an engineered wall by Connecticut Precast to contain the material So I have a solid wall. I don't have a 2-to-1 slope. I'm
All right,
approved.
show me where that wall is now. I mean, where you're talking about that wall.
How do I do that? Do I take my pencil? No, I can't do that. It's in back of the bushes. If you look at Bridgeport Avenue, you got the 5-foot sidewalk.
It looked like it was going up parallel to the property line, to the side.
Yes, I'm
property line. Is
Keep
that
on
right?
going. Whoever's making the red line is doing a perfect job right now.
Man, I tell you.
That's where it is. That's where the wall will be.
That's where this second, which wall? Now, wait a minute. That's
There's
the
only
first
one
wall.
There's
That's the
only one-
regular retaining wall, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Well, what is the,
Which is how
what
many
is the,
feet
what is the
high?
note on the, can you move up just a little bit on this drawing?
The
Just
bin for the materials on top. That does have nothing to do with this. Oh, the bins for the material are on top, where the no parking loading zone is up on top. That's where the bins would be.
Can
This
we-
is in front of Bridgeport Avenue.
Okay,
along-
maybe I need to get it clarified. Can we move to drawing number 4 of 9, it's sediment erosion, or 3 of 9, I don't care. Either one has the same note. I just want I want to be sure I know where it is.
It's right, Mr. Panico, it's right along the apron of the entrance of the parking lot, coming in the entrance.
This is the one. All right. What does that say up there? Proposed Jersey barriers or dumpsters filled with soil.
Right. That's my,
5 feet off the property line.
right, and that's a temporary construction protection zone that I had to put in for the DOT. All them Jersey barriers are coming out. So when this wall goes in, those Jersey barriers come out. That's just
But this
protection from
wall,
DOT.
well, wait a minute. Wait, okay. When your new wall goes in, those come out?
Correct, they're gone.
So that's an interim construction
Right,
thing?
right. That was a requirement by the DOT.
I
Right,
wish
Mr.
the hell your
Panico,
drawings would say that.
Mr. Panico, if you were to drive up Bridgeport Avenue past the Shell Station, heading towards Blacks Hill Road, you would see those Jersey barriers.
That's exactly what I was concerned about.
Right, but
Yeah.
those are temporary, as Mr. Totus said, they're like halfway into the sidewalk.
Are they up now?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so, sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
that was to
familiar with
control
it.
your excavation, wasn't it, Mr. Totus?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I complied with DOT. That's one of my conditions. I got to protect the site from anybody walking in or a car running in or whatever the case may be. There you go. There you go. But them all come out. That grass needs to be cut, by the way.
We tell you that every year.
But it's cut now.
Where are these dumpsters? Can you see that from the view from the parking lot?
Okay, so this is from last September,
Right.
and there's been a lot of excavation, but those Jersey barriers are there.
Correct.
Does that help, Mr. Panico?
Well, I guess, whatever it is, they're all coming out, you say, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. When the
All right.
wall goes in, the Jersey barriers take a hike.
All right.
All right, so that's as if you were looking at it from across the street,
Correct.
from the roof of Chavez Bakery. There's
Doesn't really
another-
show the grade on the driveway, does it? Well,
is there,
that's, I just saw the stepping wall, okay. And that fence is for your protection, the guardrail?
That fence there could be either way. I would rather use a 4-foot chain link fence on there. That's more of an aesthetic fence. God forbid, I don't want anybody to fall over the wall. So 4-foot chain link, what I would prefer. My son
why
put
would you
that on.
carry that fencing all the way down to the end of the wall?
Because they don't
Is it
park
gate?
out there. He's only got the fence where the parking is.
Correct.
And what's that pad to the left of it? What's that supposed to be? That's just a big,
Yeah, it's just a grass area. I could put materials there for the sake of saying trees or bushes, whatever the case may be.
well, I would think that fence would be more appropriate if it went all the way down and hide whatever you're,
All right, guys, don't get carried away because that's not a paved parking lot.
Right.
oh, it's not.
No,
It's a mill parking lot.
Why wouldn't you have gone for a paved parking lot, Mr. Totus?
Due to the fact I could get the millings a hell of a lot cheaper than an asphalt-based parking lot. Maybe in time, if this nursery takes off and everything works out, but I'm kind of, it's a milled parking lot.
It just introduces things like how do you stripe it? How do you control the vehicles?
Well, it will work because I've used this before. I mean, I compact it and we put the striping on it just like we would do on a regular asphalt based driveway. It's the same thing as just the millings, which are asphalt millings.
Is there a chance of the equipment that comes in, the vehicles that come in to unload your product, tearing up a milled road, pavement like that?
No, they won't be going onto that section of area. The driveway was paved coming in off of Bridgeport Avenue all the way up the road, up to the top for the sake of saying. And then from there on, it feathers off and then it goes into a milling base. So no, they shouldn't disturb it at all.
And how's the product brought to the cars? Do the cars back up to it, or?
Yes, they'll back up to the pile and they'll be loaded for the sake of saying, and then they'll obviously.
This is all loose material, isn't it?
Yeah, it's loose material, but it's going to stay in place. I've been doing the same thing on that site for the last 20 years, and it never went into Bridgeport Avenue at all, and I'd have no protection at all.
I don't recall that. I know that there's been some activity there, but not to that extent. So,
Yeah.
I'm just a little concerned about migration of the material.
No, I don't think that's going to affect the site at all or affect anything.
How many bays of material are going to be up there? The
Probably four different colors.
The rendering's a little misleading, I think.
Yeah, I know it is, but we did the best we could with a low budget operation.
Are these wood chips that you're doing?
Yeah, wood chips. Yes, wood
Only
chips.
wood chips, not little pieces of
Stone? No crushed stone or anything?
Not at this time. No, not at this time.
How do you achieve the differentiation between the landscaped or the planting area and the chips, the base of your pavement?
It's
it has on the left-hand side of your driveway, it's got a double line, which implies a curb, but I don't think you're really at a curb.
Right. There is probably going to be a curb on that side because they'll be paved on that side. It'll be paved on both sides coming into the driveway, coming up to the top. But to differentiate where the plant material will be, I have to wait until see where we are. I believe in the far left-hand corner of the property there, beyond the bins, on the left-hand side of the map, that's where the product would be, which would be plant materials. And then on the other side, far, there's another checkered area. On the right-hand side, that would probably plant material.
Where is the limit of your driveway pavement? Can you show us?
How far is the limit of the paving? Probably 45 feet off of Bridgeport Avenue.
Can you put a line on the drawing and show us?
How do I do that?
Alex would have to do that.
No, I don't mean you do it now, but I see a line up there. Is that it? Or is that
I believe so.
Is that a contour line?
Yeah, it's a contour line. That's a concrete slab stop. It's concrete. It's just a contour line. That's all it is.
So you don't know where the level area of your
correct. I do not know until I see it.
Stops.
Right. I don't know until I get there.
What is the hatched area indicating?
The hatched.
Hatched.
Where's that, Ruth?
Well, I guess it's hatched, isn't it? Yeah, that's hatched.
That'll be where plant material would be.
Plant material that you're selling, like trees and stuff?
Yes, correct. Yes, it's a nursery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nursery stock.
Yes, correct.
And then where it says no parking loading zone, that's where the bays of the whatever you're selling, the loose material would be.
Loose, right, materials.
Are cars expected to back up to that no parking loading zone?
Yes, they would. Yes. Probably one at a time for the sake of saying, and go from there. I don't know how, that's what I did before. It was one at a time. So I never had an issue. And the lot was a lot smaller than this.
Yeah, but it's more, isn't it more pickup trucks than it is car vehicles?
Yeah, correct. It is pickup trucks, yes.
And is there any bigger trucks coming in to unload the material?
Well, they would be there before the place was even opened. The material will be dropped at say 7 o'clock in the morning. We're not going to open until 9. So we got 2-hour window for it to drop. And there's only so many loads that come in at a time.
Well, just keep in mind there's residents around there, so I wouldn't do it any earlier than our
absolutely. I'm concerned.
Noise ordinance would allow.
Right,
Mhm.
right.
On the right, what is that blocked off area also what is that for?
The right side, where is
On the
it?
right side where you're supposed to put a building, you could see it
Yeah, that's a building going in
Oh,
there.
that's a building, okay.
on the
Yeah, that's a building.
renderings.
Yeah, it's a rendering of the building.
It's like an office area, I guess?
Yeah, it's more or less a sales shack. Yeah, sales
Okay.
shack.
Yeah, it's indicated on that particular one as proposed. I can't read the dimensions, 24 by 36 building.
Correct.
Those water holding tanks, that's to catch the rainwater off the roof of your building? Is
Yeah,
that
and
what-
plus the drainage from the lot. From the
From the
slope.
lot.
I have a retention slope on top of retention gully up on top of the lot. So no
So those
water is
tanks
coming
are-
over
those-
the hill.
And those tanks are buried
Yes. Yes.
or partially buried?
Well, hopefully they'll all be buried.
Well, what do you, I don't see any drainage system on this thing, so what
No,
do you
no,
just pitch
it's-
everything in that? It's, how do you,
everything
how do you figure that out, John? It goes upgrade to the building. Where are you gonna
correct.
get,
And
where are you gonna
that's
get
at
water?
right. And on the far right-hand side, which where the building is, everything's pitched to the far left-hand side. And everything's being absorbed in the galleys that are in the ground on both sides of the particular property.
And how are you
There's
getting rid of anything that goes into those galleys in the tanks?
They should dissipate. They should dissipate into the ground because that's the way my engineer drew it. In a 100-year flood study, there was no issues that was regarded by the DOT to have any interest in it at all. Everything works mathematically and engineered out perfectly. I understand because it's pre-approved from the DOT for what I'm doing here for as far as drainage goes.
So with
And if
all
it-
of the rock ledge that you're pulling out,
Yep.
there isn't subsurface rock ledge in that
Right.
area that you would have to excavate?
Yes.
Yes.
It's all coming apart. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, you see the site as it's being changed in the transformation from what it was before to what it is now.
Mhm.
All the rock is going to go for a ride at some point. I just need the rock to be there to sit on temporarily.
Right, but that's what you're going to excavate to put these galleys and tanks in.
Correct. Absolutely.
And underneath that, somehow, this is where everything is going to drain into.
Correct.
And
How do
there
we
is
know
no,
the drainage isn't gonna run down the driveway?
Right. It's not going to run down the driveway. Correct.
How do we know that? How do we control that?
Well, it's my engineer designed it and the DOT signed off on it and they're more stringent and the city engineer also signed off on it. So I'm not really changing anything to do with the drainage at all.
They've signed off on this new plan or your previous plan?
The previous plan, but like I say, Ruth, what I have is the only thing I'm applying for right now is the retaining wall in the front of the property. And anything else with the drainage, I know the drainage has to be redesigned for the sake of saying with more galleys per se in it. I understand that fully from my engineer's notes, but I really believe that everything should work like it's supposed to.
I think you may be putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Totus, without your engineer having looked at this and having submitted confirmation to the commission that everything is going to work as you hope it will.
Doesn't our city engineer have to sign off on this?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Mr. Rossetti?
Maybe he has to sign off on the wall. He probably has to sign off on the wall. But before I can get to that point, I need the commission to say whether I can yay or nay put the wall up.
Can I ask about the wall? I want to ask about this
Yes.
wall.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the wall. So there's land behind the wall is going to be up to the top of the wall or close to it where those cars are parking. I'm not getting.
Yes, correct. What it is, Mrs. Motto, what it is on that right-hand side, which is along the side of the Greeks, that wall's gonna come up 14 feet. And then from that point, she's gonna taper all the way. Yeah, if you see where the shack is right now, I call it the shack. That's a 14-foot wall along the side of the Greeks. And it slowly tapers down up Bridgeport Avenue towards Sullivan Avenue.
Yeah, what's
Correct.
that height right there, John?
14.
Corner street, how tall
14.
is that wall?
What's that?
How tall is the wall? It's facing Bridgeport.
it starts off at 14 feet, which comes around the corner from the Greeks and goes down Bridgeport Avenue and
Yeah.
slowly, gradually tapers, like the property is tapered right now, if you see.
Yeah.
That's the height of the wall per se, be going down Bridgeport Avenue. So it slowly tapers down, so you lose the wall.
Yeah.
And
And
what,
so it's a big white wall, which I'm not
Yes,
crazy
yes.
about.
yeah.
Frankly.
Well, it's the same. There's two projects in Shelton that already have this wall in place. One of them is at 60 Beers Sawmill Road, which is the Ridge. The other one is Brightview Senior Living Center. It's the same wall.
But this white and right up against the street.
Yeah, that's the way they have it there. It's just the way it is.
Let's
And
go
I
look.
can't go back any further because I'll be losing parking. I'll be losing
No,
square
I think
footage of
she's
the lot.
worried about the color, right?
No,
White,
but I'm gonna, the wall is white right now, but I'm probably gonna stain it to turn it into a natural or neutral effect, which the
Yeah.
existing color of the rock that's there now, which is a brownish,
What material is it made out of?
made out of concrete.
Okay,
It's
so
coming
you-
out of Connecticut precast.
like a,
concrete blocks, John?
Yes, they're concrete blocks. It's an engineered wall.
and then it's stuccoed or what is?
No, it comes in finished with a face on it.
Okay.
There it is right there. So that's what it looks like. That's,
Yeah.
Right.
It's a lot different than what that rendering depicts.
No, I know,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah.
no, but this is a picture. We don't have the capabilities of making that picture,
I think I'm in Aspen looking at your.
but that's what it
photo.
looks like right there.
Okay, all right. And then you mentioned wanting to put it like I don't know how tall, 4-foot chain link fence on top of it. And I
Right.
don't like that idea at all. Sorry.
Okay, listen, if you don't like the chain link fence, we'll put this fence in place. You know, a 4-foot fence versus the chain link.
Okay, John, if you use that fence though, will it be secure enough for the cars?
No, there's in front
Or
of
like
the.
they did there, they had to put a guide rail inside the fence.
Correct. And what I have
Will you be
approvals
doing the same
from,
thing?
no, from what I have approvals from the original, I was using 3-foot diameter boulders in front of that rock, in front of the car slots, instead of a guardrail.
None of this shows.
It should,
Okay,
I think
I don't know, maybe it does.
I think the round, yeah, that's it. Them are the rocks. One rock goes in front of every car slot.
Man.
And that's going to keep the cars from going up.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're not going to run over a 3-foot rock.
No,
John,
there's, one of your rendering-
the lower level of the parking area, what's the wall height at that point?
The low, probably 2 to 4. It'll probably be 2 to 4 feet and then slightly taper up, going towards the Greeks.
Mr. Totis, I want you to just to point out on your stormwater drainage system report.
Yep.
The second paragraph says, this proposed application is proposing a block retaining wall along the front of the property. This will range from 2 feet to 12 feet tall.
Yeah,
And
it's really 14 feet, Ruth. It's not, you made a mistake on that. The wall is
Okay.
14 feet high.
It's Commissioner Harger that was talking.
Oh,
And
I'm
that
sorry.
goes-
Oh,
it
I'm
goes on
sorry.
To say, in areas where it will reach above 12 feet, it will be broken up into 2 wall segments, with the upper wall being approximately 4 feet back from the lower wall. Is that?
No,
Right,
that's
you
not
see it?
correct. What's happening here is James DeMayo, who's the engineer to PE, drew my drawings. He's
Right.
different from the engineering company that's manufacturing and designing the wall. The manufacturer of the wall cannot do a 2-tier wall. It has to be a single wall. So the single wall that they designed is a 14-footer. It's the same thing. It's just 2 feet higher. It's 1 block more.
This sounds a little bit more complicated than just a simple review and change in scope. I would feel much more comfortable if Mr. Panico had an opportunity to really review this and
Okay.
point out any inconsistencies, such as Commissioner Harger is pointing out right now, whether you need a city engineer approval. I would not be comfortable approving this tonight.
But what's happening, Commissioner, this wall is an engineered wall. So this comes with a stamp. The city engineer is going to look at it and he's going to stamp off on it too,
That's fine,
because it is an engineered wall.
but he still has to do it.
Yeah, he still has to do it. There's no question about it. But you know, I'd like to get my approval so I can get myself in line to get on the window of ordering this wall.
Yeah, we understand that. The elevations, the fourth page shows, I think, a very good visual of the cars up against the fence and the wall. I don't see any pictures, any inclusion of boulders on there.
It's
those circles right at the head of the parking.
But they're not
Right.
identified.
That's the,
Well,
I'm
that's
talking
just-
about the renderings.
right. The rendering doesn't show it. My
Right.
son who did the rendering didn't pick up on the circles. He didn't drop the rocks. Let's put it like that.
I'm not sure whether he got that background from Europe or Boulder, because it's got mountains and it's got traffic going the wrong way. So
Well, we tried.
I'm more concerned about the inconsistencies that Commissioner Harger was pointing out, and the fact that Mr. Panico is having a hard time deciphering what's going on.
Well, how about, Mr. Panico, could we go over it again? If you give me a couple more minutes, maybe we can explain, I can explain it a little more to you and,
I think there's a lot here to digest.
Is it your intention to go out and start and complete this job? Or are you gonna phase it and do it in stages?
no, the walls, I'm gonna do this in one completion.
I know you're gonna do the wall
Yeah.
in one completion,
Yeah.
but then
Right.
is another season gonna go by before you
No,
start?
I hope we had the pandemic. The prices of everything are through the roof. So, I'm trying to control my costs and put it together and get this baby to bed.
Mr. Rossetti, when could we get this on an upcoming agenda? Do you think the
April
last-
12th.
April 12th? Okay.
You know, chances are it's going to be fine. It's just it's hard to understand the drawings.
Mhm.
When did the drawings come in?
No, they came in quite a while ago.
Okay.
My concern, for example, I read that note about the Jersey barriers or dumpsters filled with soil. It sounded to me like that was a permanent fixture,
No,
a
it's not a
permanent part of the
permanent fix.
site plan. But you're telling me tonight, and it makes me feel a lot better that it's only a temporary situation.
No, it's just a temporary safety factor.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I didn't know that from looking at your
Right.
drawings, John.
Is there anything else I could say to push this along?
Do any commissioners
use a
have
little
any
ease?
questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I just have a question. I just wanted to understand the layout of the parking. Why was it the topography, or why is the parking would be basically the cars facing Bridgeport Ave? Was there any thought to having the cars to pull in on the side? I'm not sure if we can pull it back up, but to pull in where they're facing the side of the gas station? Just trying to get a better sense why
Facing the hut.
Yeah.
Because it would eat up too much of the lot. The lot is only so wide. The lot is 265 feet long, but the maximum I'm gonna get out of the lot is about 110 if it works out perfectly.
And then
So you're
flipping,
only gonna have so many cars at a time. It's not a shopping center.
and then flipping where the cars are with that no loading zone was the thought, because you didn't want then the mulch to show from the road.
Correct, exactly right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of
That's
the
exactly
conditions.
what we talked about when this came before us back in 2020.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
What is different? Just the wall or
Just the wall.
so
It's just the front
everything,
area. It's different.
so everything else is the same?
Correct. It's the same thing. It's the same drawing, same green design, but it's the only thing changes is the front wall, because that'll give my lot a better look from Bridgeport Avenue
Right.
and
But
stabilize the place.
if we need information on the wall or something like that, I mean, you could work on the other stuff, right?
Correct. But I really I gotta put this order in for this wall, otherwise I'm gonna lose my.
I know, but we have to make sure it's right too.
Okay.
John, you propose on your landscape plan to have, I think it's what, about 4 trees across the front?
No, there's quite a few, Mr. Panico.
4, 5. Yeah, but there's 4 in that little strip of land between the retaining wall and the sidewalk. will they be able to, will that amount of space be able to accommodate those particular
yes.
trees?
Yeah, it should work out pretty good. Like I say, it's 10 feet off the sidewalk. So that's going to be bermed up 2 feet and to the wall. And it should get, I should have no
They're
issues
pear
on it.
trees according to the schedule. Is that,
Correct.
are they still gonna be pear trees?
Correct, pears, yes.
Oh,
pears.
please don't do
Yeah,
pear,
what's that?
please don't do pear trees.
Okay, what kind of trees would you like?
I would like a native tree, like an oak tree or a dogwood if you want a smaller tree, or
That's
red,
fine.
or
Listen.
amplanchier.
I would
You know.
think a smaller tree would be better there.
Yeah.
Correct,
An oak tree is
absolutely.
gonna go right into the sidewalk sooner or later.
Shagwood.
Well, that's why I was asking, if you got only 10 feet of grass area, what happens to the root system? Is it gonna upheave the sidewalk or?
No, it's not going to upheave that sidewalk. What it is that thing's going to go deeper. That wall is going to be buried 36 inches. They'll have a pit 36 inches deep. So, and by 36 inches wide for even an 1.5 inch caliper tree.
Is the existing sidewalk right up against your property line, John? I can't.
Yes.
It is.
That existing sidewalk's got to come out of there.
Oh, and
It doesn't meet ADA code.
Replaced?
Yes, it doesn't meet ADA code. So what happened here on this site, I got handed a property that I purchased that I thought the sidewalks were good and they don't meet ADA code. The pitch is wrong. So all those sidewalks got to come out of there. That's a $60,000 fix that I
So
never.
you're gonna have
anticipated.
to replace the sidewalk.
Correct.
And you're gonna
Yes.
replace it so that the back of the walk is on your property line, at your property
Correct.
line.
It's just like you see it right now, but the pitch of the sidewalk will be at ADA code.
Well, this one shows that the sidewalk bends toward the curb.
Correct.
Is that what you intend to do?
Whatever I have to do to correct the pitch. It's the same sidewalk that's there right now, but the pitch is bad. When they put together the Shav's Bakery next door, whoever installed that sidewalk did not do it properly.
Okay.
So that's a problem that I have. It's a $60,000 fix.
How is across the street affecting your property?
What they did is they changed the roadway. They put an expressway on the far right-hand side. So if someone was coming into Shav's going up Bridgeport Avenue and they stopped, the car can go around them. So what they did is they fast lane. They took 10 feet out of this property line.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Now, there's issues here. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is, but I'm trying to handle these issues financially. But in order to do this, I have to, I prefer this wall in place, and they'll dress the whole lot up and give me more square footage on the parking lot.
Mr. Panico, do you see anything else in particular?
No, but I'm just thinking, if John's concern is to get that wall in place, maybe we can agree to the fact that that's where the wall's got to be, and let him, and then we'll work out the rest of the details.
Thank you. I appreciate
No.
that.
If that would help.
It's going to help.
Where is that wall going to end, John? It's going to go from the driveway over to
All the way around.
It bends back to the it bends back towards the building.
Correct.
Does it
Correct.
end does it go all the way to that building?
Correct.
Okay. That's that angled line across there, right?
I can't see it, but
According to one of the renderings, Mr. Panico, on page 4, it shows, on page 3, it shows the elevation from approximately in the sidewalk that would be in front of the Shell gas station. And you could see the angle of the retaining wall and how it goes past and behind the shed and all the way to the back of the property. So I'm not sure if that's on the site plan that way.
what it is, Ruth, Commissioner Arger, where the brown line is, that's where that wall will end. There's existing ledge that I'm abutting up against. And that's gonna carry that where the shed would be. So that's
So
existing.
that setback of the wall is a little bit greater where the parking is than at the entry, is that right?
Correct.
And then it goes to the corner, it rounds the corner like that?
It all depends how the engineering company designed the wall. It's not up to me. It's up to the engineering company that's designing this wall, whether it's going to be a 45 or it's going to be a 90 or a
Right,
radius.
and
I'm
it's
not
gonna
sure.
extend how far up the property? To the middle of the back of the wall, the middle of the back of the building?
No, it's going to go right to the face of the building. That side of the building, wherever,
Right-
like I say,
right there.
yeah.
That's
There's
the end.
existing ledge that I'm going to marry up this wall to.
Okay.
Your elevation,
I don't have a problem if the commission wants to approve the proposed wall location while we complete the rest of the review.
Well, what would be the rest of the review if it's still the same as before, except for the wall?
Well, it's not, Charlie, because they made that whole upper area wider now.
Okay,
They've added another 20 feet of space up there. That wasn't
Correct.
there.
That's exactly it.
That's the reason they're going to the cost of the wall.
no, all right, okay.
all right, but this is the elevation, the rendering I was talking about. That shows the wall seeming to continue all the way to the back.
Yeah, like I say,
Yeah,
Commissioner Harger, my son did the rendering and
Yeah.
he tried to make it look as best as he could, but we don't do this professionally. So, but the wall is going to start on the corner of that building per se. Wherever
where
that
the
ledge
fence
line
is.
is exposed right now is going to get taken off to the wall.
So you expect it to end somewhere around where the end of the fence is.
Correct.
or actually where the purple bush, low shrub is.
Okay,
Right.
when would you know that? When they engineer the wall?
Yes.
Uh,
You see, what it is, Commissioner Kelly, if you go by the lot, for the sake of saying, you're going to see that face of rock right now. And I got to marry up this wall to the face of that rock. And that's going to go either on a 90-degree angle, a straight line down towards
Okay,
the Greeks parking lot, and then do a 90 up Bridgeport Avenue. So I'm not sure exactly how they're going to design it. I figured I'd give you a conceptual drawing the best I could to show what the wall would look like.
And the top along Bridgeport Avenue, the top of the wall goes over and then it steps down at the end of the parking area.
Correct. Yeah, it steps down into the entrance of the parking lot.
Okay,
She totally slopes down.
that's right, because these are blocks. They have to stop a block.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Well, could it be approved and Mr. Panico, would you go over the wall just to make sure it's okay? I mean,
Well, as far as
Is there a way we could do that?
what the commission is going to be accepting, if you want to approve the wall, is you're accepting the enlargement of the plateau area. That's the effect of the wall. That's why they want to go to the expense of the wall so that they have more area up on that plateau.
yeah, but once he has the engineered drawings, you would look them over, I would assume, for the wall.
I don't want to get involved in the engineering of it. But
Here
from a planner's point of view, location wise, if the commission is acceptable to the enlargement of the facility by increasing the amount of plateau area, and to do that, you got to put the wall. If the commission's happy with that, then I'd say go ahead and let them do it.
Mhm.
Okay,
And we'll work out any little inconsistencies on the rest of it. We can work it out.
all right.
Commissioner Amato, did you have a comment?
No, I wonder if everybody's really tried to visualize a 14-foot wall along that
It's
with the other business.
it's imposing.
But there's no other way.
But they are 10 foot back from the walk, fortunately.
Yeah,
I always defer to Commissioner Amato on the vegetation and what trees to use, but definitely, the record should reflect that, there is vegetation and trees being used, and it really should be to help soften the look of the wall. It's a frequently used, area, and there are people on the sidewalk. So I think the rendering showing the trees is great, especially vertical space would be great rather than low shrubs, but to really go vertically with trees was well represented and would be welcomed in front of the wall.
Right. And we can't wait for the trees to grow up either.
No, I got that. Right, well,
It's very high
you-
visible location,
It is.
highly visible location.
Correct. And how about Commissioner Motto? Can I ask you about red bud? How do you like the red bud?
I like red bud.
Good, so do I. So if you put the red bud and the pear together, how do you like that?
Don't like the pear.
No pears.
No pears.
Okay,
Okay, so what's the consensus of the commission? Would you like to act on this tonight? Are you comfortable with all the material?
I would just like to make sure that any inconsistencies that Mr. Panico pointed out or the commission, the chairwoman pointed out, be reflected in the new drawing or be clarified on the drawings, just so that what's on the drawings is what we discussed.
Yeah,
I
I don't
agree
want
with
to get
you.
into
I agree with
a
you.
situation where there's a misunderstanding and we
Right.
end up with that temporary wall being a permanent wall.
Mm,
Right.
Yeah,
That's-
absolutely. Okay,
Or
well,
it being a white wall, and we don't want a white wall.
we're not gonna have a white wall. I'm gonna stain it.
or
I
it's
don't want a
little
white wall either.
tone, maybe. So, if anybody did drive up Bridgeport Avenue past this area, you would see some old walls. Granted, they're not going to be 14 feet high, but yeah, there are some in that area past this particular piece of property. So,
Well, hopefully the end result is going to look like a nice kept nursery versus a storage yard for material like we
Yeah.
had over in front of Professional Tire.
mhm.
Right.
That's-
Oh, yeah.
That's
That
what I
was my-
fear. That would be
That was my
awful.
competition. That was my competition. I was approved to sell on Bridgeport Avenue. He was not approved to sell and he put me out of business at that
All
time.
right, let's stay on the application, please.
That was an awful mess. I just hope that you keep
Was.
this place looking nice.
I will.
Well, we have a very good CEO.
I know.
That's right.
I know that.
There's a new sheriff in town.
It's okay.
Commissioner Archer, I would make a motion to approve the wall and but the changes would have to be added.
Okay, it's contingent on the changes.
Yeah,
Which-
Yeah, things like the boulders being put in front of the fence
right.
behind the wall, things like that we
Mhm.
discussed.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion to approve contingent on the items that we discussed being included in the layout and in the site. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it, but
Okay, I got Commissioner Motto as a second. So on that particular motion to approve made by Commissioner Parkins and seconded by Commissioner Motto.
No, it
No,
wasn't.
I
It
did.
was Commissioner Kelly that made the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly. Thank you for the correction. So motion made by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Motto. Let me do a roll call. Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion is passed 6-0. Okay, Mr. Totus, Mr. Baya may become your new best friend.
That's good. There's nothing wrong with that. I could use a couple more friends. But I wish everybody a nice evening too, and thank you for your
Sure.
time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Mr. Panico.
Before you leave, John,
Yep,
can you have somebody send me a full-size set of drawings?
absolutely. Now, do you want the actual drawing? I'm sure you want the drawings after they designed the wall from the
No,
manufacturer.
right now I'm talking about the drawings that you have
Okay.
submitted. The ones
Site
I
plan.
sent Little 8.5 by 11s of. Could
Sounds
I
good.
get a full-size set of them?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to application 2303 Shelton Plaza. Dominic Thomas for Shelton Plaza Realty. at 265 Bridgeport Avenue, Assessors Map 92, Lot 19, for a final site development plans for planned development district on 0.67 acres for 4,060 square foot retail and office building with a service station and on-site parking. Let me just find my notes. This one. Okay, the public hearing for this application opened November 30th of 2022. No, I'm sorry, wrong page. Oh, okay. This is the initial concept development plans for this were approved on January 11th of 2023. And as the previous application, the commission can review and act on this tonight. First of all, is there a motion to accept for review?
I'll make a motion, Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, and is there a second?
Commissioner Ticky will second.
Okay, so on the motion to accept for review, Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion has passed 6-0. So is the applicant present?
Attorney Dominic Thomas, Conan Thomas, 315 Main Street, Derby, Connecticut, representing the applicant. I see that Brian McMahon has been admitted as a panelist. I will let Alex know that Eric Rains or Brian Westerman and Brian St. Pierre should also be available. That's the staff that was assembled to address all the concerns expressed by the commission at the approval of the Plan Development District and of our discussions with staff, extensive discussions with staff over the last month and a half. As a result of that, and we'll just make a brief presentation and I'll screen share and address address the changes that were made, and you'll be able to see what we did. We have a landscape plan, and we have a landscape and lighting plan. We have renderings that were brought in. We have a full architectural plan, and the canopy and the building have been discussed substantially with Mr. Panico, and also the revised site plans by Brian McMahon have been done. So Brian, with that, just to briefly explain the changes, first of all, to the site plan, I've got to Brian. Do you want a screen share or do you want me, Brian?
Sure, I'll do that, Dominic.
Okay. Could you identify yourself for the record? And
Yes, Brian McMahon, licensed professional engineer with Redness and Mead, surveyors and site civil engineers of record for the project. Here we go. All righty. Can you see my
Yep.
Yes.
screen? Okay. And can you see my cursor tracing around the building?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be real brief. You folks over the past many months have seen this site plan in one form or another. And really there hasn't been much that has changed, just really one fundamental change to the site plan. As you might remember, there was a single row of 5 pumps that would serve 2 cars apiece. And that has been switched to a double row of 6 pumps that would serve 2 cars apiece to a maximum of 12 cars being fueled at any given time. And what that has done is, I know the commission had some concerns about the length of the island, if you will, and it blocking the building. What it has done is allowed, I think, a better circulation through the site. It has opened it up. Just to be clear, the curb cuts are the same off Cots and off Bridgeport Avenue. This parking area with 2 EV chargers is the same and in the same location. The sidewalk in and the crosswalk to the building from that parking lot is the same. In order to accommodate the change, the extra depth here, we had to find 14 feet between what is here in the depth of this island and what the depth of the prior island was. And the way we did it was we moved the building, which is the same building, and this parking area 4 feet to the west, closer to the retaining wall. The retaining wall is essentially in the same location as it was before. This parking, and the building have moved 4 feet closer. This utility area over here, where the refuse and the transformer is, and they will accept deliveries in this area, that has not changed. We made up 4 feet here. It was 12 feet. It is now proposed at 8 feet, the space between the building and the wall. We had oversized drive aisles previously at 28 feet. We have reduced those to 26 feet, which I would suggest is still oversized and more than adequate, and we picked up 2 feet here and 2 feet here. And so in order to accommodate the 14 feet, we had to bring this curb line approximately 6 feet closer to Bridgeport Avenue than in the prior plan. And that really is the only difference is the primary differences in the site plan. The drainage systems and utility systems have been tweaked simply to accommodate the revised fuel station island. The fact that we've increased pavement along here with this 6 feet and a little bit back here, impervious coverage is offset by the green space that we've created here. And the net result is that we have a slight decrease in impervious coverage, a slight increase to green space on the property. The grading is substantially similar. Utilities are substantially similar. The drainage is very similar, virtually identical to what we had before. And again, other than that, that's really the only changes to the site plan.
Okay, any questions?
I have a question. So I know when we discussed about shortening the canopy, there was also discussion about less pumps. And what this plan ended up doing was actually adding pumps. So now rather than 10, we've got 12. All right, that I'll live with that. My concern is that you've got in and out traffic coming from both ways. How are those cars, if all of those bays are filled, how do those cars go around someone that may have pulled in the wrong way? So there, I envision a lot of people are going to be backing up in this scenario.
Commissioner Parkins, I don't think that's really something that the whole point of putting the extra pumps was to prevent the situation of where you had less pumps in the single row and where you had more traffic coming in. This will allow 2 people into each pump, 2 lines into each pump. Plus you have wider drive aisles than the normal drive aisles are in many other areas, which range from actually 22 feet up to 24 feet, and we have 26 feet. So we have addressed the concern where there wouldn't be a lot of backups where there would be in the single lane. In addition to that, and there was a request made by a discussion of whether or not we can move the Bridgeport Avenue entrance farther towards Cott Street. But I went to the state, and the state had already submitted the break in the non-access line to the governor's office for approval. And this entrance is the entrance, if you've seen the site, you know that the city has its easement, and that's how Constitution Boulevard is being constructed. And the entrance that the city wants to use for the construction, that they need this temporary easement over the property, is through the break in the non-access line. They want to switch to that once the state approves it. So that break in the non-access line gave a great deal more flow, a great deal more room once we shrunk the canopy on the north side of the canopy. So.
Yeah, the in and outs are not of my concern. I'm trying to follow your logic, though, that there would be more backing up if there was just a single pump on each of those islands,
There
double-sided,
would
but
be
a
much,
single
much
pump.
more backing up. Much
How's
more
that?
backing up.
How you can't pull forward?
Because you would have more people having to wait. You will have more people having to wait to get in, whereas you have more pumps available. People don't have to wait. They can get to the pumps.
But they don't have to pull in the same direction. So if you have one car that pulls in one way so that they're nose to nose, and the guy that's already finished pumping, how's he get out of there? He backs up,
That,
right?
that occasionally happens. It
Occasionally.
occasionally happens, it occasionally happens in the single rows where somebody is waiting to get into a pump on the other side and they're the rear end of their car doing. It is something that happens. This allows a better flow. And this is something that when after the approval, it was discussed with us to as to what the options were. And one of the options were to shrink the canopy was to go down to the 3 and make them double. Because if you're, you can't shrink the number of pumps down. This is a better effect on the customer, on the amount of people that may be coming in. You can't avoid every situation in either circumstance where somebody pulls in wrong, because one of the problems is all cars are not uniform as to where they put their gas filler.
That's true.
I've said my piece.
Well, no, Commissioner Kelly, Mr. Thomas, Attorney Thomas, I have to agree with Commissioner Parkins. There's another gas station on River Road, which is a Simco, which I frequently go to, and that's exactly what happens. One pulls one way, one pulls the other way, and they're backing up or going forward, one or the other. And sometimes one goes into he leaves the car in the slot there, and then he goes into the store and whatnot. And I'm not quite sure if even this is a better scope, to be honest with you.
You can't take care of every situation.
Well,
but
I
there
agree
are
with
numerous-
that, but I just don't
Yeah.
understand. I know there's going to be confusion. You could say it.
Could
There's
some
going
of
to be
that be
very little
addressed
confusion
by
because
signing?
there is very little confusion in most of these places. It happens occasionally, but it is not anything. If it wasn't, then
Can I
people
ask
wouldn't
you
have
one
it.
question? Why did you
Yeah.
go to 2 extra pumps?
we
Because they
went.
could.
No, I'm serious. You went from 10
No,
to 12.
we were proposing. This is getting, one of the issues here is everything, it changes every time when we talk to staff. We had 5 pumps, 5 double pumps across, and the clients were very pleased with that. And they
You had
explained
10.
to you,
You
start
had
cutting
10
pumps.
pumps then, right?
Yeah, you are
Okay.
right. The goal was, first of all, the clients have to economically fit, but also we're concerned about traffic backing up into the site. So when it was presented to us by your staff that we can have 4 in a row, or we can have just 3, but do doubles. And the clients chose to do 3 and do doubles because they said it would better accommodate the traffic to the gas pumps.
Have 3 what?
Islands.
Double pump.
Three double pumps so that the canopy and
that's-
everything would be much narrower.
So that's what, 3, that's double pumps. So that's
Right.
6 pumps, right?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's
It's,
6 pumps and service on either side of the pump.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But the
goal was
issue of
to
the issue of the number of pumps was always the length of the,
canopy.
Okay. Well, I was just
that was
wondering
our
why
concern.
was
Now
that?
we're trying to accommodate, and now it's changing again at this meeting. in a
No, it's not,
situation where-
Attorney Thomas, it's not changing. It's not changing. It's just, I know where you're coming from. I understand that this application has been very difficult from the beginning. We were not given the right drawings, so there's been a lot of, on both sides, this has been a difficult. But I just know that when we talked the last time, you folks had 5 bays, 5 islands with 1 pump each. So that was 10 pumps. We just wanted to see it. If we thought it was just too wide for the area, it was overpowering. We wanted to bring it down by eliminating some pumps. So what happened was you eliminated everything, but you condensed everything. So now you've got more pumps, but very little space to get, or no space for people to get around. I'm not going to argue with this. This is what staff worked
From a
with you
factual
on.
point of view, though, Ruth, every pump that you took off before was 20% of the capacity of the facility. And if you took 2 of them off, that's 40% capacity reduction. And there was concern about the popular activity of the location, attracting cars only to find out that there's no pumps to serve them there. And it
Right.
results in confusion while somebody waits for a car to finish, put their gas in so they can pull away so they can take that pump. And we thought that one way of overcoming that, preserving the capacity, but reducing the length of the whole canopy facility, was to double up, lengthen the islands and double them up.
Mr.
And that's-
Catatico, I'm going to defer to your professional opinion. I know, I just realized that this is one of those scenarios where we've left it for staff to to go in on these final details without input from the commission. And at this point, I know it's too late. I'm not going to have them change plans. I just wanted my voice to be known that I think this is creating a situation where you're going to have a lot of people backing up because there's no room to go around people.
Well, I've been in multiple stations. I don't know, I haven't looked at the particular dimensions here, but usually when there are multiple stations, you can often pull straight ahead between the other cars.
Mhm.
If a person parks sloppily, then they're too far from the pump, then you're not going to have that space.
You can't get around. If you put 2 cars in where they're not showing those, you notice they're showing them on 2 different angles. You put 2 cars next to both of those, there's no space to go around them.
No, there isn't.
I
No,
go to
maybe-
Costco all the time. I'm telling you, they've got the same kind of setup. They have 2 additional islands. So yes, they have 4 more pumps, but it's the same situation. And it's, if the person that's in the bottom pump is still pumping, the person will go around, pull up in front. So you've always got this checkerboard going on, but people have the room to go around those cars. So I
Yeah,
just
the
wanted to say my
original-
piece. I'm not asking for a redesign. I'm not asking. I'm fine with the plan as is. I
The
would
original,
defer to your-
the original canopy was at least 125 feet long. This one's down to less than 75 feet.
Right, but the old canopy had. room
Maybe,
for people to
maybe
go
we
around.
should ask them to increase the space between the pumps to allow for a car to get out.
So they'd have to go wider.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't,
They'd have to spread
Like
that
losing
right
it.
out. You'd be back to where you were.
I mean, if you, I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at the renderings, but it's turned out to be a much more attractive facility than.
I agree. The renderings,
envisioned
it's a very
before.
very nice looking facility. I agree.
I
I think
This
that's
Commissioner Kelly again, and I understand what's going on, and again, staff did a great job and they did great. The only thing is, no one can tell us that there isn't going to be confusion once in a while.
Would some of that be taken care of by signage and also arrows?
Signage is only for people who want to
Pay
abide. by
attention to
signage.
it.
I know.
Right.
But at least I can say, hey, we have pointed it out and.
We are,
Can't
right,
you
we
also
are not,
paint lines on the pavement to show the direction that people should be taking to get in?
we,
They-
no, it's
Can't do that.
difficult to do that because not all the cars have their gas
Right.
filler on the same
You're
side.
absolutely right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
every
hard
time
to
we go
do
to
that.
BJ's, we look and
Will
see.
there be an
there are
occasional
pumping
problem? Will there be an occasional problem? Yes, that happens. But you can't, you can't address that, but I don't believe it's going to be mass pandemonium or mass issue. There will be an occasional problem. There are with all the ones that are designed just like this. They're all over the state, all over the country, and they're designed like this. And yes, you will have an occasional situation like that. I don't think it'll be endemic or
No,
anything like
I'm
that.
glad you agree with us, Attorney Thomas.
Well,
They
yeah,
would,
I'm not saying there'd never be. You can't say that, of course. You know, I've
I
had
think it'll be
big
more than
situations
occasional,
where.
but that's their issue to deal with.
Right.
Mr. Thomas, can they have the hoses so that people can fill in from either side?
No, they
Is that a
usually have
problem?
extended hoses so they can go from either side.
Yes, will they
Yeah,
have that?
The length of the hose will be a hose if somebody wants to take it over their car and fill it on the other side, they could certainly do that if they pulled in on the wrong side. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Commissioner Napolitano?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
the hoses, I think I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure. I think that's code, that it has to be enough to reach the other side of the car.
You
Has to be
can't
long enough.
control how people are going to pull in when you have double entrances. It's physically impossible. People will not
Right.
pay attention to arrows or anything else.
Oh, you have that same problem even with single pump facilities.
Well, you can control it better, though.
Right.
Yes, it is possible, except in places like BJ's or Costco where they're very organized and
Yeah,
very structured.
As long as I don't have anybody backing out or stacking onto Bridgeport Avenue. Once that
That will not
happens,
happen.
the police will have to get involved.
Right.
So
That will not happen. That was more of a likely if you reduce the pumps in a single lane to happen, but with these 6 pumps, it really shouldn't happen at all.
okay.
Other than
Unless,
that, I
of
think
course,
it's a
we're
very
having-
well-designed
Yeah.
facility, so.
Okay, so any other, Attorney Thomas, I see Mr. Raines.
Well, that's I'd like to move, we can move at this point to Mr. Raines. Brian, could you stop screen sharing and
Did you want
Eric Raines did the landscape and lighting. Eric, do you want to screen share or would you like me to screen share? You can briefly go over
If
it.
you would screen share, please.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Eric Raines, the landscape architect with firm Eric Raines Landscape Architecture. And we work with the project team and selecting the plant material and specifying their location. Dominic, could you zoom in a little bit? Maybe the page is
Sure. Sure, I can.
So we chose to approach the planting design with primarily canopy trees on the perimeter. And if you look particularly along Bridgeport Avenue and Cott Street, the tree selected there is a sycamore tree. And the reason for that is that they can be fairly high branched so that visibility into the lower portion of the property is not hindered with the canopy. I appreciate the commissioner's earlier comments about Bradford pears. This is sort of the opposite of that, where these canopies are much looser and the lower branches can be raised to a much higher level, so that visibility into and through the site is much more easily attained. Then around the perimeter behind the curb of the site is primarily there along Bridgeport Avenue is a row of evergreens, which is a holly, a blue holly plant. Yeah, if you follow that right along behind the curb. And then to the left there toward Cott Street, that other hatch symbol is a low growth sumac that again is another very durable plant that grows to a mature height of about 2 feet, 18 inches to 2 feet. So we figured that would be a good edge to all of the views into the property, giving some break in the ground, on the ground plane. And then around the perimeter sign, we have a gravel area just more so for maintenance purposes. And when the sign comes to the discussion, and that would be a zone that's intended to be really just to have it around the perimeter of the sign to keep maintenance simple. Then at the entries, both off of Bridgeport and Cott Street, you'll see those smaller quantity of circles, which is a hydrangea. So that we'll get some midsummer to late early fall seasonal interest. And then as you move up Cott Street at the base of the retaining wall is a viburnum, which gives you a spring flower and seasonal interest as you move through the year. inside that area, that hatch that you see there around the transformer, is the same gravel that's used out around the perimeter of the sign, so that the area is maintainable. We found that using plant material in very tight spaces like this can be problematic. They wind up looking like they're struggling, no matter how much care they get. So in this case, we've chosen to delineate those edges with gravel. On the opposite side of the building, those in that parking area that's on the view now, again, are four trees that are tulip trees. Again, a scale of tree that has so that it can be branched up high enough so that there's no inhibition of views, through this parking area or driving area around the site. So there's the four of those there, and then along the property line, the adjacent property line on the sort of that northeastern or northern property, there's right those 8 VP there. So that's again utilizing the viburnum that we've used before to give some separation between the two parcels, and then back around the front with the blue hollies that wrap along Bridgeport Avenue.
Okay, I can't enlarge that planting list. You see, I'm interested in that sumac.
On
Can
the
you-
second page, I'm sorry, on the second page?
Yeah,
Yeah,
second
top
page,
left
upper
corner.
left.
I
Upper
know.
left.
Okay,
I'm
Yeah,
on my
okay,
There you go.
computer. I can't see it.
okay, are you talking about the, whoops,
Oh.
sorry, this planting list right here?
There. Yes.
So I was
Okay.
in sumac, what species that is.
It's Amaretica. It's listed there. It's a grow low. It's a really durable, low growing plant that does really well in conditions where you're against, against a paved area.
Yeah, it's not a North American native. I'm not familiar with it.
Sumacs in general are. I'd have to.
I know. I would like to know about a 2-foot sumac. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, it's terrific. Yeah, it's a great plant.
Okay. Can you just spell the species name for me?
This Aromaticia, Rus aromatica.
Okay.
Can I just ask, the first one for the tree is a tulip tree?
Yes.
Those are considered suitable for long-term use?
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
Have tulip trees changed over the years?
They grow pretty fast.
They're
Yeah,
big and fast and they're
This is a
pretty-
fastigiate tulip tree.
Mm.
I was just wondering if the root system is sufficient enough that it anchors it to the ground. That's all.
They do. I mean, if you prefer not to have tulip tree, then we
No,
could
no,
look.
no. No, I rely on
Um,
your judgment. It was just,
We found them to be very durable, hardy trees in these kinds of applications.
okay. Yeah, it's just not one that shows up on a list.
Could we go back to the site?
I think so.
The landscape layout? Yeah, I don't want to go up near the entrance. Here we go. We have those 4 plane trees that you proposed, but they're out in the state right away. Is that, I assume you'll have to get permission from the state to go out and plant them out there.
Yes.
Is there any way that they could be brought into the property, or is it getting too close for their root system?
You have room.
Yeah, it's the room is the issue, particularly on the right side as you turn it off Bridgeport Avenue. I mean, we could interrupt the holly plantings and get them in that zone, but we just if planting, the shoulder there is fairly wide, So the thinking was that, if we had permission to do it, then we would take advantage of it and give everything a little bit more breathing room.
I
Well,
do not.
Tom, I guess you'll have to get permission from the state to do it.
Yeah, you deal with state right of ways.
Mhm.
I don't think they have been asking for a lease agreement for landscaping. That's the elevation. They usually start leasing agreements at signs, but they will certainly want to take a look at it. And you do so with the understanding that you're going to assume full maintenance. And if they need to be removed for any reason of safety or construction, it's your responsibility for moving it.
Okay, now, the reason it came to mind was we don't know what's going to happen to the width of Bridgeport Avenue once they get an intersection design worked out for Constitution Boulevard. And there was some talk about widening and having a lane or a partial lane or a tapered lane or something in there. And I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that. And
Yeah, there is,
may or may not impact those trees.
yeah, there is that talk. I don't think it would, based on all the plans I've seen, I don't think it's going to certainly come that close
Okay.
to the property line, but it's still something that unfortunately, it's an unknown. I mean, I know they've started this, like this, I said, the city has started using this property to access Constitution Boulevard. And we'll be doing more site work and clearing along its easement area that is in here. So we're not sure exactly what is coming down from the state. But we have to deal with it when it comes in. Certainly in the discussions we have had, there is no intention to come in any way, shape, or form all the way up to the property line.
Yeah, I would hope not. I just wanted to point out to the commission, the monument sign as to location might or might not change. My understanding is that the property owner does not have a specific tenant for this facility yet. And at that point in time, we'll get more involved in the signage, but they do understand they have to come back and get commission approval on the signage before the sign gets put up.
Thank you. Attorney Thomas.
Yeah,
is there anybody-
The other thing you'll notice when we go through my report is for example, we did put some limitations. We don't want to see the canopy messed up with signs. There is a location for an identification sign and that'll be fine. We don't, notoriously these canopies can get ugly if they're not monitored properly.
Exactly.
And they're-
Attorney Thomas, is there somebody with you tonight that could talk about the lighting? That is.
Eric Raines has the lighting shown on here.
Okay. I have just a couple of questions I couldn't understand. What's the height of the standards going to be? I couldn't see it on the details. The lighting standards. How high would these lights be?
So if you go to the second page.
I think you have a detail, but I couldn't find the height.
Yeah, on the left there,
Left or right?
On the left there, see the lighting schedule? If you can zoom into that.
Where is?
There, zoom into that.
Oh, there
Sun
it is.
lighting
I
schedule.
missed
I
that.
got it. I got it.
Okay, I missed that. I didn't even go looking over there because the detail was on the other side of the sheet. Okay.
All right, 16 feet.
16-foot pole, that's not, I don't have a problem with that.
Mhm.
How much is the luminaire going to add to that?
It will,
Couple of feet?
it'll be about 2 feet, yes.
Okay.
Because the arm, if you go down to the upper right,
Mhm.
You'll see how it mounts to the pole.
Yep.
The upper right of the page.
Can we show the commission that luminaire that you're
Yeah, go straight up from there. There, so it's a side, keep going,
Where is it?
keep going.
Yeah, there's
It's a side there.
pictorial. There it
It's a
is.
side mount fixture. So it won't extend much at all above the height.
Yeah, that's right. Is the commission okay with that particular fixture? It's kind of contemporary, but this is a commercial facility.
I have
As
no
long as
problem.
it's directing the light
Nicer than
down.
the shoebox, yeah.
Mhm.
What was that?
I said it's nicer than the shoebox, the normal
Yeah,
shoebox.
exactly. And you do get down lighting.
Yeah.
It does function the same way with downlighting, yes.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Panico?
No, that was the only element I had there.
Okay,
I've noted a lot of these things in my report, which you're going to hear in a few minutes.
okay. Any other presenters, Attorney Thomas?
Well, we'll move to the architectural.
Okay.
Eric St. Pierre should be on. I'm just gotta find, okay. Eric, are you? And not
Oh,
Eric,
Brian.
I'm sorry. Brian St. Pierre. I have two Brians and an Eric. I'm sorry, I should have. Let me just, revised architectural,
Yep, that's perfect.
okay.
Yep.
Which
Hello,
sheet do
everybody.
you, I mean, again, the floor plan is basically the same as before, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Dominic, I'll take it from here. Brian St.
Okay.
Pierre from Insight Design. Again, I'll keep this very short and sweet. I heard comments like very beautiful project, so I'm going to try not to mess anything up here. Ultimately, yeah, the building itself, the convenience store area, remained pretty much unchanged from the last go-arounds that you guys have had with the project. The main focus that we've had with not only Tony, but other staff members is the canopy and the canopy design, as we touched on today, going from the long 5 pumps down to the condensed 3 double stack there. And really just the architectural features that we want to point out is, the canopy itself is a hip roof with that nice gable front end there for some additional signage. The columns themselves, we've added the stone veneer approximately 8 feet up that column. The rest of the column will be a painted white, smooth column. Really not much to add other than that.
Why don't I bring up the renderings? That might be better to explain it.
Yeah, so as you see there, we've done a rendering from both sides, both sides of Bridgeport Avenue. This is the side heading down towards downtown Shelton, obviously. Yeah, the architectural features of the building remained pretty much the same, as I said. We're going to stick with hardy board planking siding. It's probably going to be in a light gray material. The awnings that will be over the top of or in between the 2 sets of windows there is just your standard awning with the metal rod tiebacks back to the building. So
when you say awning, you're
basically
talking about a wood awning, or
those will be wood or composite material.
structural, right? Okay,
Exactly.
Not fabric.
Not fabric. Nope. It's a structural awning with the metal tiebacks that will go back to the building. That typical of what you'll see on most commercial buildings. And again, really I understand that the concern really was the awning or the canopy over the pumps, which I tended to agree with everybody in the previous meetings that we were at. I think this compact version not only is more aesthetically pleasing, but I also think it gives a different feel to the property itself. Before it was all about the canopy, driving down Bridgeport Avenue, and I feel now that this is more about the beautiful building behind it rather than a gas station, so to speak. So I'm happy with the overall changes that we made to the canopy, and I thought they were great suggestions from the staff and the board.
I have a question, Brian.
Sure.
Could we go back to the other rendering? Okay. Is there any way we can bring a little more consistency between the 2 structures by maybe playing around with the roof pitches just a little bit more? I don't say you want to be able to actually match them, but get them a little bit more. I know your first sketch on the canopy had a steeper hip, and when I looked at it without paying attention to the building in the back, I wanted to get it more consistent with the gable end. But now looking at it, I think maybe you were right to begin with. Maybe the hip portion on the end of the canopy has to have a little more steepness to it. You also have some very nice fascia detailing, and I would like to see if we can pick some of that up or in the main building as well. And then the stone portion of the lower part of the columns, is there any way we could get some of that stonework incorporated into the building, into the main building, like either up to the window height or something like that, or some portion of the front? You're the architect.
Almost like, yeah, almost like a skirt on the bottom of the. On the bottom of the
Something,
front of the
some way,
building.
somehow try so that it begins to look like, yeah, these are two buildings of the same place,
Understand completely. And yes, the answer is more than happy to add a little bit of stone to the bottom of that building. Obviously it becomes a cost issue for the owner, but I feel like, on a new building like this, the cost difference might be minor.
Can we pick up some of your facade or cornice work there?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something, once we started working on this canopy, Tony, it became more apparent that some of the overhangs maybe on the building might want to match and might.
Yeah, so I
change a
think
little
we
bit.
got to massage it a little bit.
Absolutely. And just touching on your last, or really your first question about the hip roof. I played around with it, Tony, and even on these renderings when I did them, and if I increased the pitch of that canopy roof, it really does start becoming overpowering, on the site. This is, it becomes really in your face from Bridgeport Avenue.
I kind of agree with that.
So I think that the more important feature, I think, is the gable, that front end gable where the two signs would be. If we can get those to match, as closely as possible, in pitch, I think that's where you'll pick up the similarities in the two buildings.
Well, we can play around with it a little bit, but I think that I don't want to lose the main effect.
Correct. Yeah, and I think increasing that, my big thing is that increasing that roof, it really does start to overpower the site.
I was going to say that if anything, leave the canopy over the pumps the way it is, so it's not overpowering. It's not exactly what you're referring to. It's too much looking at it from Bridgeport Avenue. So
I was going to ask the question about bollards, whether you would put them in front of the stone pillars, but then I noticed that you've got bollards protecting the garbage cans. I'm just curious what the, I guess that's what those are, right? Bollards protecting the garbage cans?
What sheet are you seeing that on?
Right, the one that they've got up on the screen. So
I
they've
think
got
you're talking about,
Yeah,
you're talking about these black things right here.
Yeah. Are those supposed to be bollards? What are those supposed to be?
I don't know.
Go ahead. I'll leave it to the surveyor. He would, or the engineer. He'd probably know better. But I believe both sides. I believe both sides of the pump need to be protected, and that the column protects one side, and then this metal protection would do the other side of the pump. But I'll leave that up to the engineer. That's a better question for him.
Okay, we are going to have bollards across the front of the building because you got handicap parking there. Therefore, the sidewalk has to be flush with the pavement, and you have to be able to regulate the car. So the way we're regulating the car is using the bollards. But we've had them remove the bollards on the side of the building, and we asked them to put a regular curbed walk. And in fact, I'm asking them to make that walk wide enough so that the curb functions as the wheel stop and you still have adequate walkway.
On
No other dimensions change. It's just if you had to protect the car from overhanging that sidewalk, they're doing it with a bollard, and I'm saying make the sidewalk 2 feet wider. That's all. You don't have to move anything else.
Mr. Panico, on sheet A1.01, it does show car stops. So that has to be.
Yes, that's already been pointed out.
Yep.
Yeah, that was just the architect, he was showing his stock parking. He wasn't doing a design for the parking. This
Yeah,
was the floor
fine.
plan, just happened to show this, but this is not the site plan. This is
Right.
the architectural floor plan.
The parking space stays exactly where it is. You just move the sidewalk out to replace the curb stop.
Right.
You still have a 20-foot depth because you have 2 feet of it overhanging the sidewalk. Okay.
Is there any?
My apologies if I
questions?
thought the ballards were part of the design.
Mhm.
I just know I usually see them protecting the pillars because those are the things I think people most run into as they're trying to turn, if they don't quite make the turn.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, any additional protections for the pump, besides complying with whatever, that wouldn't be a problem at all, is Brian McMahon still on?
I am. I'm here, Dominic. I think those bollards that are shown in the rendering there are from some stock image, but I think they're not protecting the trash cans as much as they are on the opposite side protecting the pumps. And I think Brian St. Pierre was correct, is that the columns would serve on the other side of the pump as a barrier. But either way, there are codes that apply here to protect these pumps, and the finished, whatever bollards are on the finished design will comply with those codes.
Mhm. Okay, any further questions for Attorney Thomas or any of the gentlemen that are here making presentations? Mr. Panico, any final comments?
No, I think whatever other ones I have will come up in the report that I prepared.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Rossetti, do you have any comments, questions, or concerns?
Not right now.
Okay. Does the commission feel that it's ready to act on this application with the resolution that Mr. Panico prepared?
Yes,
Yes, I think so.
Okay, it seems that there is a consensus for us to review the resolution. So, Mr. Panico, would you mind reading that for us?
All right. My copy is probably not going to be consistent with yours, so if you need to refer anything back to me, we need to do it by paragraphs.
Sure.
Okay, so this is you have one that's before you that's marked revision of 3/7/23.
Could Alex put it up on the screen?
Yeah, that would be good.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3/6.
No, then after that should have been a revision date 3/7/23. They're only minor revisions. They're really typographical corrections and grammatical corrections.
There we go. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. I apologize for that crazy formatting, but I prepared a document with a program that's compatible with my Mac. And then I convert it to a Word to send it out to you folks. And apparently when it gets converted, the spacing goes crazy.
It doesn't like tab stops. That's what it is.
Yeah, I played around with it so long I couldn't get it to straighten out. So
It's the war between Macs and PCs.
That's right.
yeah, I guess so.
Go Mac.
Okay, Mr. Panico, you have the floor.
Okay, so this is regarding application 2303, the petition of attorney Dominic Thomas Jr. on behalf of Shelton Plaza Realty LLC for final site development plan approval for Plan Development District number 103, which is a convenience store, retail gasoline sales and support parking. And it's at 265 Bridgeport Avenue at the corner of Cott Street. The applicant, Shelton Plaza Realty LLC, has received conditional approval of initial development concept plans and adoption of a Plan Development District 103 for a convenience store with gasoline sales and support parking on a 61,260 square feet, 1.406 acre site fronting on the northwesterly side of Bridgeport Avenue, Conduit Route 714 at the corner of Cott Street. The site has a total frontage of approximately 427 feet on Bridgeport Avenue and 208 feet on Cott Street. 50% of that site frontage extends a depth of approximately 230 feet along Cott Street, while the balance of it only has a depth of about 80 feet. The northerly portion of the site along Bridgeport Avenue actually abuts the right-of-way line of Constitution Boulevard North, which is currently under construction. The property is currently owned by Shelton Plaza Realty, LLC, who are the applicants. In its conditional approval of initial development concept plans, the commission expressed concern about the excessive length of the canopy over the pump islands due to the 10 islands proposed, necessitating a canopy of some 125 feet long, and mandated a reduction from 5 to 4 to at least 4 islands. To avoid the potential congestion that may result due to the capacity reduction, the commission indicated a willingness to consider and approve islands lengthened to accommodate additional pump stations. They also indicated the need for a canopy roof design that is more attractive and aesthetically more consistent with the convenience store building design. With respect to the site reorganization that we talked about back then, the applicant's engineers indicated that the dimensional requirements and the site restrictions would not allow for any substantial reorganization of the site in an effort to achieve additional convenience store visibility. The applicant has prepared and submitted the required final site development plans. Application plans submitted for the proposal are entitled Site Development Plan, Shelton Plaza, 265 Bridgeport Avenue and 3 Cott Street, Shelton, Connecticut, prepared for 265 Bridgeport Avenue. Oh, I meant to inquire about that, Dominic. Way back when the earlier applications, the mapping showed 265 Bridgeport Avenue. It's now the owner is not 265 Bridgeport Avenue, it's the other company, right? Shelton Plaza LLC?
No, I don't think that the 265 Bridgeport Avenue LLC, I do not believe that came from the site plans. That came from an erroneous agenda item and an erroneous posting on the website.
It came from one of the earlier maps, Don. That's
okay, well.
But we need to correct it.
Okay, I don't think it's on the current one, but I can't, you have, Alex is screen sharing, so I can't pull up the map, right? Well, let me.
In any event, it's prepared for Shelton Plaza.
Thought it was Shelton Realty.
Shelton Plaza Realty LLC. I'm going to change that right now. Shelton Plaza Realty LLC. Okay. And they're dated February 28, 2023. They were prepared by Redness and Mead, land surveyors, engineers.
Right.
Architectural plans by Insight Design Group Architects dated 2/17/23, and landscaping and lighting plan by Eric Rains Landscape Architecture.
Excuse me, Tony. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is
That's
Brian
okay.
McMahon, Redness and Mead.
Yep.
I just want to point out, you noted that it was as of 2/27/23 for our site plans. We did reissue on 3/3, which is what you should have, March 3rd.
They're correct. And are you saying, what are we saying, Brian?
I'm saying that we issued to the town plans, and the ones I shared with you earlier today are the plans that we reissued with a revision date of March 3rd to yourself and to the town.
Okay, well, when I started preparing this, we didn't have those last revisions.
Alex, did you change the right prepared for 265 Bridgeport Avenue LLC? Did you change did you add the Realty LLC in the right place?
Yeah. And those plans will be corrected to reflect it. You are correct. It is on the plan, and the 265 Bridgeport Avenue LLC needs to be removed and replaced with Shelton Plaza. So the plans, the typographically need to be changed.
Okay, so it's going to be prepared for
Shelton Plaza Realty
Plaza
LLC.
Realty LLC. And the date is going to be the latest revision date, which is
30303, you know.
3/03/23. Okay. All right, where we good? The proposed development, as shown on said plan, consists of a 4,000 square foot single tenant, one-story retail building to be occupied by a convenience store as initially proposed, with a reduction from 10 to 3 gasoline pump islands, with each island lengthened to accommodate 2 pumps able to serve 4 vehicles for a total capacity of 12 vehicles. The vehicle service area will be covered by a protective canopy structure aesthetically designed with a hip roof having a gable component facing Bridgeport Avenue to visually break up the overall 74-foot length of canopy roof. Canopy will use roofing materials that complement the convenience store building. The 31 parking spaces provided are well in excess of the 20 required for the convenience store and includes 2 handicap spaces as well as two spaces designated as electric vehicle charging stations. A conveniently located service loading area in the support of the store, as well as for gasoline vehicle delivery vehicles, is provided on the south side of the building as previously shown on the initial plans. The site is accessed from Bridgeport Avenue, restricted to southbound entry and southbound exit, with an encroachment permit approved by the CONDOT. The balance of the Bridgeport Avenue frontage continues to be access restricted by the state. Final review and approval of the entry design by CONDOT will be required, as noted on the plans. A second site access egress is proposed from Cott Street with a single driveway replacing the 2 existing curb cuts serving the site. The development will be served by utilities currently available in Cott Street. All on-site utilities will be located underground. The proposed stormwater drainage system will collect all surface runoff, and after cleaning, the water will be discharged into a subsurface infiltration system with its overflow connected to the drainage system in Bridgeport Avenue. The proposed development does not involve any inland wetlands regulated activities. Approval of the fire marshal was received based on the initial plans, but additional building systems approvals will be required, as he points out in his letter. The city engineer's review of initial plans identified several concerns that have been addressed on the final plans. All outstanding concerns of the city engineer, if any, must be satisfied. I don't know if he might have some comments because of our reorganization of the site, but he'll have a look at it. Sanitary sewage discharge from the development, as well as connections to the city system, must be confirmed by Shelton Water Pollution Control Agency. All outstanding comments must be addressed prior to the endorsement of final plan approvals. Staff has been made aware that a temporary easement of access over the site has been granted to the city of Shelton to allow construction equipment access and egress for the city's current construction activity associated with the Constitution Boulevard North Road extension. To avoid interruption of this construction activity, staff has been reviewing the subject plans as they were being finalized so as to expedite the final approval process. Shortly after further review of final site development plans submitted, and in anticipation of the commission's action, the following observations and findings are noted. 1, said PDD 103 was adopted effective January 29, 2023, and accommodates the proposed retail store and gasoline station, subject to further review and minor modifications. Final architectural building design reflects a well-designed building with a hip roof and front gable end feature over the entry. Exterior materials are a combination of gray hardy board horizontal siding and fiberglass roof shingles. Significant windows are shown on the front elevation with limited windows on the side elevations. The proposed architectural plans appear to be consistent with the earlier plans after the elimination of the second floor. If you recall, at one time, this was going to have offices up on the second floor. The commission may wish to see physical samples of the actual exterior materials and finishes as proposed. 2, site plan engineering drawings have been further detailed with respect to grading, drainage, sidewalks, curbing, and the provision of the 2 EV charging stations. On-site sidewalks are proposed to connect all designated parking areas to the building walkways. The walkways on the north side of the building, the walkway on the north side of the building should be widened to 7 feet to accommodate car overhang and eliminate any need for wheel stops. That's only on the right-hand side. The front walk is flush with the pavement to accommodate handicap access, and bollards are proposed to control parked cars without need for wheel stops. Additional retaining wall information has been provided as to the type of block wall and safety fence anticipated. Upon final design, specifics as to materials and finishes will be provided for commission approval. Since the retaining wall hasn't actually been designed, we don't know what that finish is. Miscellaneous additional site plan and architectural detail has been provided. Minor additional detail and clarification will be added to site and architectural plans as needed. 3, final signage details will not be known until such time as a specific tenant is identified, at which time signage specifics will be submitted for commission review and approval. A tentative location for a ground sign is shown on the site plan and architectural plans, as well as an area on the front of the store and another on the gable end of the canopy. It is recommended that no further signage be allowed on the canopy or the building unless approved by the commission. Temporary window signage should be limited. 4, the landscaping plan appears to be reasonable. A note should be added to acknowledge the right of the commission to require supplementary plantings as deemed necessary. There are 4 explanation plane trees proposed in the Bridgeport Avenue right-of-way that will require approval by the state. The lighting plan is incorporated into the landscape plan, showing, in addition to building and under canopy lighting, additional light standards in each parking area as well as at each site entry. The fixture shown appears somewhat contemporary in detail, but as to pole height is missing. Okay, we know it's not true. I'll correct that. I'll insert the 16-foot pole height. Okay. Page 5. Number 5. It is unknown at this time whether site preparation and grading will necessitate blasting. If it is determined that site grading will require significant blasting, then the applicant will need to comply with the City of Shelton blasting ordinance and the requirements of the State Fire Marshal, Shelton Fire Marshal, as well as those of the State Fire Marshal's office, if applicable. After further discussion of said revised site development, after further discussion of said revised final site development plans, if it is the consensus of the commission that it is prepared to act with the conditions specified, staff has prepared a draft resolution for your consideration and possible action. On the basis of the revised maps, plans, and concerns noted above, the following resolution is offered for possible action. And it's draft resolution. Whereas the applicant has received conditional approval of initial development concept plans for PDD number 103, allowing for the construction of a convenience store and gasoline station on the 1.406 acre site fronting on 265 Bridgeport Avenue at the corner of Cott Street, and has submitted final site development plans, including modified architectural design drawings, including landscaping and lighting plans, and revised engineered site plans, in order to provide the commission with the information and details necessary for review and approval by the commission. And whereas the commission is familiar with the subject site and the applicable provisions of PDD number 103, and has visited the site, discussed and reviewed the proposed modified plans and all materials relative thereto, and subject to the comments set forth above, the commission notes the following. 1, the application complies with the applicable zoning requirements and specific provisions and stipulations of PDD 103. 2, the approval of the Inland Wetland Commission is not needed, and approvals/permits of WPCA will be obtained. The subject final site development plans will require further minor revision and clarification to resolve and address any outstanding concerns expressed by the commission, as we did earlier, and noted herein. Final reports of the city engineer and fire marshal will be confirmed, and any further modifications needed to satisfy any concerns must be addressed prior to the required endorsement of the final site development plans. Existing and proposed utility services are adequate for the proposed development. All utility services will be located underground. The proposed parking will be adequate to serve the proposed building, and the applicant's professional traffic report confirmed that with the proposed improvements, the projected traffic will not overload the street system in the area. Necessary approvals and permits of CONDOT will be obtained. Now, therefore, on the basis of the above, the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission hereby takes the following action. In accordance with the provisions of Section 34 of Shelton zoning regulations, the commission hereby approves the subject final site development plans for said convenience store and gas station development, subject to the following conditions and adjustments. First of all, the full satisfaction of any final outstanding concerns of the city engineer, WPCA, fire marshal, local traffic, etc., and any other applicable boards and commissions. Final modification of architectural and engineering details and controls to address all outstanding commission concerns noted above. The commission has tentatively agreed with the selection of exterior material. Yeah, but we haven't yet. I'm finding, and we'll discuss whether we're in agreement on that the commission has tentatively agreed with the selection of exterior materials and finishes, subject to the submission and review of samples of the actual proposed material finishes, colors, and finishes. Materials, colors, and finishes. 3, further modification and adjustment of the final site development plans as necessary in response to any additional concerns of the commission and its staff that may arise during the finalization of reviews and construction, as we did tonight. Any disturbed and undeveloped areas of the site shall be appropriately restored. No permit shall be issued to allow any construction prior to the endorsement of the final site development plans. And number 4, posting of appropriate bonding in an amount as determined by the commission upon recommendation of the city engineer to assure site restoration and/or the completion of critical site improvements and other areas of concern. An additional performance bond shall be posted to guarantee the completion of all off-site improvements to public streets and infrastructure. They're very minimal in our case because it's really a curb cut. In an amount to be determined by the city engineer and subject to the approval of the city engineer. And then finally, a separate bond to assure installation and maintenance of any and all required on-site sediment and erosion controls shall be posted and continued in effect until completion of site construction and restabilization of all ground surfaces. So that's the end of the resolution.
Ginny, you're on mute.
Oh, I actually wasn't saying anything.
Okay.
No, Ginny, I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
think-
I should have said Commissioner Harger. Sorry, my bad.
So I was asking, thank you, Commissioner Parkins. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Panico? Okay, Mr. Panico, how should we approach the selection of exterior materials and finishes?
Well, the selection of materials is indicated on the architectural plans. It's a hardy board, which is a pretty durable board. It comes in a variety of colors and finishes. So whatever they intend to use, I think what the commission should do is request that they submit a physical sample of the board that they plan to use and with the coloration of the board. When the retaining wall is designed, I'd like them to tell us what the finish of that wall is going to be and what color, et cetera, it's going to be. Those are the kinds of things I think you want to see firsthand. And some of it they could do today, but others they can't, because until they actually sit down and design the wall, and finalize the construction of it, only then can they tell you what coloration they would use on it.
Right, okay. But that's not even something that we do as a contingency. We just do it as part
We
of the.
normally do that, yes.
Okay. All right, any further comments from the commission?
It's Commissioner Ticky. I didn't participate earlier when we were chatting about the flow, but as I thought about this in the last several weeks, I do think that the gas station really will fill a need. We have such a growth in town, and we have such a growth in our downtown. And I personally frequent another gas station in downtown on Lower Bridgeport Avenue, and it does queue out to Bridgeport Avenue. It does. And so I think, where people see that it's a crowded gas station, they might then know that there's other options around town or in the area. People need to get gas. The town is growing, particularly the downtown, with the amount of people living in downtown. They still do have cars. And I think adding this gas station will alleviate maybe some of the amount of activity that we have and balance it out where people can still get gas. But I know what I experienced in downtown, and we don't want to add more cars unnecessarily to the 4 blocks of downtown. It's nice if they're able to get gas and then pop on Route 8. So I think as I've thought more about it, I think the location makes a lot of sense. I was very leery about this project, but I think that it over time has really improved in the aesthetic and in the service that it provides, and realizing the development that will be all around it in the very short term. I think that it will be well used. I think other gas stations will do well too, but I view it as a way to not have people take a right further into downtown and crowd up the streets where they'll have a gas station directly off Route 8.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ticky. Anybody else?
I was just going to say this, Commissioner Donato. It'll pull people off of Route 8 into town, because it's going to be easy to get off, get their gas, get back on. I'm just curious, all this work that's being done, I'm new into this, but all this work that's being done, I see this huge gas station with a convenience store, and I'm thinking a chain. Now, we have to go through all of this all over again as far as colors, canopy, building, if a chain comes in and says, this is the way we model things?
It would.
The PDD is a very controlled form of zoning. It's almost, I don't like to use the term, but it's almost like contract zoning. If you want to build that type of facility, this is what you're going to build. If a chain comes in and they want to make some minor adjustments to it to carry out their character, if you will, we can talk about that. But a wholesale change, no, it's just not going to happen unless the commission is okay with it. If it's a wholesale change and the commission is questionable about it, they will probably want to take it back to a public hearing. Because, a major change to a PDD requires a public hearing. If the commission decides that a requested change is a major change, that triggers a public hearing. If it's a minor adjustment to accommodate something unique about it, the way they do their signage and something of that sort, fine. But the physical thing is, we want that type of a style canopy. We want that type of a style building, because that's what was proposed and that's what we were agreeable to. You want to come in and build a flat roof building with all glass, that's a whole different solution.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go back to a public hearing and the answer may be no.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about, we have in the future, there might be a possibility, like in other applications, we have a minor modification or we have a major modification. And that is how we would address any changes that a potential tenant might want to have. They definitely would have to come back in front of the commission. So does that help, Commissioner Donato?
That's fine. Yeah, no, I just really see this huge structure going up, and it seems to be like the cart before the horse to me, but
yeah, at this time, we don't have the identity of a potential tenant.
Okay.
So it may or may not be a chain. Who knows? I would think. Okay. Any other comments, questions, or concerns from the commission? Okay. This is correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Panico, but this is an entirely separate application. So anyone present this evening would be eligible to vote on this.
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
yes, it's an administrative action. It's not a legislative action.
okay. All right. So is there any commissioner that wants to submit a motion one way or the other on this application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve from Commissioner Amato. Is there a second?
Commissioner Ticky will second.
Okay, so on the motion to approve from Commissioner Amato, seconded by Commissioner Tiggy, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Ticky,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion to approve has passed by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. All right, moving along to old business. The review and discussion of application 2225 Cedar Village. This isn't a continuation. This application's public hearing closed back on February 16th. And so we're here to the public hearing for this application opened on November 30th. And we had public hearing continuations on January 18th and February 16th. And that's when the commission reviewed updated site plans and a rendering of building from the river. No member of the public indicated at any of those sessions that they wished to comment on the application. And the commission closed the hearing on February 16th, as I mentioned. Mr. Rossetti, was there any information submitted that had been requested by the commission or staff at a previous meeting?
Yes, there were some updates uploaded onto the drive that the commission had requested. The applicant needed to update the statement of use in conjunction with the site plan. So those two things were updated post closing of the public hearing, and that's it.
Okay, I got the updated statement of uses and standards, but what was the other one?
An accompanying site plan.
Oh, okay, an updated site plan. And was there anything in particular on the statement of uses and standards that we should be aware of?
I'm trying to remember. Let me go back to it. I'm just finishing my notes from the last item.
Sure.
I think what commission may want to discuss amongst themselves as to whether you're in agreement with what they are proposing as an amendment to the parking.
Mhm. Yeah, that I'm going to have.
And you need to
show
have
that.
you need to discuss amongst yourselves with respect not only to the number of spaces, but how it's being how it's being set
Laid
forth,
out.
you know? So
Mhm.
there are some things. And also, do you want these modifications to be applicable throughout that PDD or subject only to this site? And I think the intent is that we keep it subject only to this site.
Mhm.
But as far as they submitted a factual refinement to their application at the request of the commission.
Right. Mr. Rossetti is going to bring up, he's looking into the amended statement of uses and standards. If there's anything in particular that he needs to point out. And then I'm going to ask him to go on to the updated site plan. Okay, so what are you showing us here, Mr. Rossetti?
It's the parking requirements for the units and the retail. From 1 space for studio, 1.5 for 1 bedroom, and 2 spaces for 2 bedroom, 1 space for 250 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And Tony, do you remember off the top of your head what they are for the rest of PDD 60, that whole area?
What they asked for what?
Do you remember what the standard is for the rest of the area along Canal Street?
I know on the on the commercial, it was 5 per thousand. And they're requesting.
Okay, so that's 1 per 4.
Right,
Instead of
and
1 per 5, it's 1 per 4.
there was also a part of their proposed change, which was on even before this last refinement, which reduced the minimum floor area per dwelling unit from 650 square feet to 500 square feet. And before there was a flat parking requirement of 2 spaces per unit. And now they've got a family of
Here.
requirements of anywhere from 1 to 2 spaces, 1 for studio, 1.5 for 1 bedrooms, and 2 for 2 bedrooms, of which there are only 2 or 4, 2, I guess. So it's a slightly less, and also, I guess, we don't have it here. I had asked at one time about visitor parking, and we never really got around to addressing it.
That hasn't been delineated on any of the site plans?
Well, during one of the hearings, I mentioned, was there going to be any allocated visitor parking, or are they going to just be using parking spaces that are available for residents or visitors?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What have we done with the rest of the projects on Canal Street?
I'm sorry, have we what?
What did we do with the rest of the projects on Canal Street as far as visitor parking?
I honestly don't, they all had some designated visitor parking.
Right.
I'm thinking.
Isn't it 1 for every 2?
The most recent one was the, what was it, 83, what's the most recent building that got opened up? I remember they had fencing to secure access to the site, and we said to them at that time, because they had visitor spacing, you can't put visitor spacing inside the security fencing. So they adjusted their security fencing to have some visitor spaces outside without having to gain access to the main building. We don't have that situation here. This is wide open, and it's a very, very substantial amount of parking for a very significant number of units. So more than likely there will be some available, but I think the commission has to discuss it and see whether you're comfortable with it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think the intent is to convince the city to put in some additional parking down there. It became, at one time, they proposed a lot across the street, and we started worrying about how we're going to tie it in and guarantee it, et cetera. So that was kind of given up.
I thought Don mentioned that he's working on trying to get that lot.
I think that is the intent, but we can't tie it in, but I think it's something to keep in back of our mind.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't there a section of the canal that we had also had heard that could be filled in?
Correct.
Yeah, that's that parking.
That is that parking area there, yeah. But that's not cast in stone either.
No, it's not.
And that's why we would have to have it cast in stone before we acted on this application, if it was going to be part of the application.
Right.
That's why the applicant perhaps reconsidered the parking standards and got it to the point where he shows that he can balance it on his site,
Could we do something creative, like allow him to build, but he can't rent out so many units? They have to hold it in abeyance of rentals until that parking is resolved.
Well,
This way it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Just,
if it were a minor number of spaces, it'd be different. Otherwise, the financial institutions would never give you any money.
yeah. Well, how short is he?
I'm sorry?
How short? How many spaces?
Well, it's not sure. I mean, they've designed it to meet what they represent as being reasonable standards. It's up to the commission to agree or disagree that those are reasonable standards.
Mm-hmm. So right now, what's the tally with the what Mr. Rossetti was showing, one space for a studio, 1.5 or one
They're
bedroom.
right on the money.
Okay, so there you go, 187.
They're right on the money. They need 189 spaces and they got 189 spaces.
And 187, it's reading.
I'm sorry, 87.
So
So-
where's the concern, Mr. Panico?
It's whether, are you satisfied that those are reasonable standards? Because they're creating the standard.
Well, isn't that what we've been approving everything down there on?
No,
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 no.
no. The original standard was 2 spaces per unit.
For this particular project, yeah.
So,
For this particular project, I'm talking about the rest of Canal Street that we've approved.
mhm. Yes, I think I'm just memory is what
Isn't
I'm.
that in our
That
regulations?
last project at 80, I don't know if it was 81 or no, this is 281. The most recent one that got finished, it was originally John Geddis's project, and then he sold it to some housing company out of New Haven.
Well, they-
Avalon, the
Yeah, the
223,
Shelton Housing, yeah. the new one.
223,
Mhm.
223, is that it? Okay.
yeah, Rivendell or something, Rivendell.
Yeah, and that parking ratio is higher, I believe. We can pull those plans out and look at them, but I believe that's a higher parking ratio.
So I just think we have to be consistent too.
Is
Well,
is
you
there,
can
a-
also- but you also got to take into consideration the size of the project. You know, the more units you got, the more flexibility you have in your parking lot. And there is, we've talked about it before during one of the hearings, one or both of the hearings, that there is one lot that's very easily decked over if the commission was concerned that it wanted more parking. The lot that exists between the lots, outside lot that exists between the lots and the building, it's about 20 parking spaces. Access from the bottom level under the building. But if a deck was put on that parking lot, you could access it directly from Canal Street. So there is, there is a possibility, if we really were concerned about it, of getting some more, another 12, 14, 15 spaces.
Mhm.
So
Definitely.
that's why I say, I think we've got to talk about it a little bit.
yeah, Commissioner Kelly, Mr. Panico, we do have regulations for parking though.
We have specific regulations for the downtown district, right? Is that what you're referring to?
But this is a PDD.
Yeah,
Right,
When this PDD was adopted, it had its own parking ratio in it,
right.
and that's what applies. This proposal is requesting an amendment to what that is, to a different standard suitable only for their property. And we've got to decide whether that's reasonable or not.
And Mr. Panico, when you said the PDD took on what it was previously, is that the 2 spots?
Say that again.
What you just said, that when we changed the PDD, that it basically took on the was it the regulations within this
It would
area?
apply only to this site, yes.
And was that the 2 spaces per unit?
Anybody else, unless they turn around and say, hey, that development is up there, it works fine with that ratio, why can't we have it? Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Ticky, if you remember, that whole section was one PDD that we approved as a plan under John Getz when he developed it. So
Right.
this is,
that's the
Overall
river.
concept.
river-
this section is being amended,
Yeah.
right? Just this project is being amended.
Mhm.
You gotta understand also that PDD was created, what?
A
almost
long
20
time
years-
ago.
Almost 20 years ago.
Right.
Okay,
It was.
So could it be approved contingent on securing additional parking, either using that deck idea or the lot, securing that lot?
Yes, yeah, that's, if the city had another parking lot down there where what was originally shown on that property across the street from the site, that would be great because then visitors have a place to park. You know, if there was a problem and the parking lot was
Yeah.
full, you could park over there. You know,
But is that contingency going to sit well with the bank financing?
I don't know. We have to think about it and talk about it some more.
Well, they wouldn't be able to move forward with the project if they didn't get what I'm
Well,
saying.
That's true.
Or they'd have to come back with less.
The applicant still has a lot of hurdles to overcome.
It seems like,
But he's
yeah.
looking realistically, he's looking for a place to start. And hopefully we're going to be that place to allow him then to on the basis of whatever we do for him, to go out there and say, okay, I got an approval. I'm going to start tearing down the buildings. And before I can tear down the buildings, now I got to get the remediation done. And with that in place, then he's got an argument to go to the Historical Society and say, hey, we have to take this historical building down. It just doesn't work. You know, he's got to start somewhere. And this, our approval would give him that start.
But we could, we want more parking, you know, that's it, you know, so we could approve it contingent.
If we want more parking, I mean, we need to talk about it.
I think we pretty much want more parking everywhere downtown. Am I wrong? Anybody disagree?
Well, we're downtown, but we're really not downtown.
But
we don't have the competition of parking demand for commercial activities.
That's true. You don't have a lot
I mean,
of.
we're in the so-called downtown area, but we're really not part of the downtown business community.
Yeah. But they're gonna have a little coffee shop there. People are gonna have guests.
But
Yeah, but I don't think
He's
people aren't going to drive down there to go to the coffee shop.
Right, they're gonna walk. They're gonna be locals.
He's got 7 spaces for the business.
But the problem also is the town is growing, so you can't say, well, he has enough parking for today, and then in a year or two, you're in a bind. You have to look forward on that.
No, but his obligation is to provide enough parking for his purposes.
Yeah.
We can't ask him to put in parking spaces because a business downtown needs more places for their customers to go park, you know?
No, but if you're giving him, if our standard is 2 parking spots and you're giving him 1.5 on some, it's the people who live there, you know, the people at one time, there was 1 car to a family. Everybody in the house has a car. So you're going to, you know, you have to look at that point as well with the growth of the area.
But not all apartments are filled with 2 people. That's the thing. Many times they are, sometimes they aren't. So if you have a studio, you might only have 1 person. He's only got 1 car. So to require 2 parking spaces for that unit is unreasonable.
Well, maybe for a studio, but for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, I don't think it is. I can see for a studio, you can say, okay, one parking spot makes sense. But if you're going to have a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom apartment, I look closely at that because you'd be surprised how quickly that changes. And all of a sudden you have a crowded area and people arguing over parking.
Yep.
So, Mr. Panico, so if we saw our way through to do this, the 1.5, that would be the 187, and they have exactly that. And then I agree, it's less of the commercial use, but more that people will have guests. And so where then those guests go, where there is the hope that there would be this lot that's built out that could be used for guests. And if that doesn't happen, is it an issue about then where guests might park?
I don't know how to answer that. Certainly, I look at it as if we could get that lot built like they originally conceived of, but not have it be married intimately into the condominium, into the proposed apartment complex. Then you got that safety valve. And it would make me feel a lot better about it if we could. I just, I don't know what the
See
answer is.
that calculation at the bottom, where residential parking requirements, if studios were left at 1 and 1 and 2 bedrooms were left at 2, that would mean 218 spaces needed. And with 187 being provided now, they're short of 31. So if they can't come up with a parking deck, then they could take maybe about 20 off of that and see where we could pick up. He could pick up another 11 or 12.
Didn't we approve Chromium, the John Geddes Chromium piece?
Yeah, we did.
We approved it without him having enough parking, and we said he needs to
Yeah,
find
at least-
parking.
Yeah, he had a.
Right, he had to find, and he had to find proof, and he had to
He
give us
was-
proof that he,
He was
Yeah.
relying on the city parking lot across.
Yeah,
the
but it was
street.
contingent upon him proving that he had dedicated spaces.
Yep.
Yes,
plus,
Yes.
plus we approved his other one, the Royal.
Park, I think they had enough for
Right.
parking though.
No, they
Park
had
Royal had-
shares, no, they had
But he-
shared spaces too.
that was part of the safety valve, if you will. He had more than enough spaces across the street.
Right.
Of course, he had more commercial development there too.
I'm just thinking, there's so many steps that this developer has to go through before, and I think this is probably right now, the most important to allow him to go forward. I'd like to in some way help that, but, protecting our interests at the same time. So I'm just wondering if we do something like that, then he's got to be the one to be creative to come up with the parking, whether that's a deck or whether he really pushes to get that property or whatever the case may be, but.
Or proof of he can rent or lease or something, parking spaces.
Well, the other option too is that he reduces his unit count.
Well,
You see, the city has an obligation here too. You have a public location there at the locks. And if people want to drive down to look at the locks, where are they supposed to park?
Mhm.
You don't want them parking on the apartment house site. The city.
Actually, there's no place for them to
the
park
city
at
needs
this
a
point.
parking lot down there.
Mhm.
I mean, that kind of ties in also that we have to get to the bottom of this traffic situation and the road improvement situation.
This is the only thing
Alice
that's
and I
going to
are
get that.
starting to gather some more information, but I don't think we have the answers yet.
So is this something that we could ask staff to work with the applicant and come back to us at another meeting? Or,
So what are we
Yeah.
looking tonight to do? To get a consensus as to how we're going with this project?
yeah.
Is that that our goal is tonight?
Mhm.
I mean,
Alex, what's your opinion?
Yes, if we could get some direction from the commission, how you guys would like us to prepare this, that would be advantageous, and we can finalize a write-up for you. The parking scenario, I know the applicant is working on acquiring that piece of property across the street, but as Tony mentioned, this is a series of dominoes.
Mhm.
Can't
Is he actually taking steps to acquire it himself? The property across the street?
thought that's what he said.
I
And-
believe so. I don't want to misspeak, but I believe so.
Okay. Maybe,
Because he indicated that he would
Maybe
also
Chairman Harger
offer
is right.
some of the spaces to the city for public parking. If I recall correctly, other commissioners can correct me if I'm recalling
Yeah, but how many
incorrectly.
spaces were there across the street? There wasn't that many, was there?
20?
20?
20 and he needs,
I don't remember how many there were, but I know he said that he'd be amenable to offering spaces up to the city as well.
if we're satisfied that he's got enough.
that's right, right.
Offering to the city doesn't bother me because he can offer them to the city, yes, and they would probably get some use during the daytime hours when people are walking the river walk or coming down to the locks or whatever.
Right.
but they're not going to use those spaces at night, which is the peak demand for the residential use.
Mhm.
There's some
Right,
overlap.
so it could be shared parking.
Right, there can be some shared parking.
But I'm just saying he wasn't, if he is able to acquire it, it appeared to me that he was offering also to allow public to park in that lot.
Mhm. And maybe he has in mind that he could allow the public to park between certain hours,
Yeah, I thought it was a generous offer if he's
Yeah.
able to acquire it.
Well, I guess what we don't want to have happen is the aches and pains we went through up at the other end of Canal Street. When, for whatever reason, we had a lot of curbside parking, we don't want that to happen.
Just a reminder too, that we do have a commitment from the applicant for 10% affordable housing on the site.
Right, we have a 10% commitment, I think it was.
That's what I said,
That's
yeah.
correct. And then there's the walkway, there's the new road, and some of the other public amenities, which are beneficial to the city. And, I'm playing right into Attorney Thomas's hand, but, many towns across the country are, and it's divisive, I know, are reducing and eliminating parking requirements due to the nature of work. And many people are working from home or hybrid working, and they're going down to, you might have two young couples that share a car or two senior couples that share a car. And as ride sharing apps increase and different modes of flexibility in transportation keep developing, it's the parking scene will continue to change. I don't know if Shelton is there yet, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind.
I agree. I actually follow two cities that are one town and one city that are larger than us and experiencing the same amount of growth in terms of apartments, and they are reducing their parking requirements.
Are they just trying
It cuts down on the market rates of the units as well. So I mean, if we're talking about affordable housing and you say an average parking spot costs $20,000 a unit and you multiply, or $20,000 a spot, you multiply 200 parking spaces. It's too late at night, but that's what, $4 million?
Yeah,
200 times 220,000 times, yeah.
that's $4 million.
That's a lot of money to spend on parking spots.
To have them go unused if they're not used.
Yeah. So anyway, but
I think if the applicant could gain control of that property across the street, he can claim that he's got a safety valve.
Mhm.
yeah,
And it's,
All right, so are we coming to any kind of consensus on having staff prepare a resolution that would include some language as to the conditions have to be that additional parking has to be acquired?
so I was notified that they do have an agreement.
Wow.
okay.
Okay.
They
So
do
does
have
that
an
change?
agreement to purchase that, Alex?
I believe so.
How many spaces is that?
21.
I
No, 21.
think it was 20 something, 26, 24, 26, somewhere up around there.
Which can also be massaged, once
Yeah.
they. it's-
But you also
not
got to
everything
remember,
you
you got to
see.
remember when the street improvements get worked out, there's need for a turnaround, and that turnaround most likely is going to happen where that street was cut off,
Yeah.
which is right where the lot is that he's talking about acquiring for parking.
Yeah, he had some sort of rendition of that.
Yeah, so it's
I mean, it's in the drawing. It's right here.
Yep, exactly.
But if he's able to acquire that lot and then he has the option of
yeah, there you go.
putting a deck on if needed.
Yes, I agree. If he has this, if he had that lot, and in addition, if he committed himself to installing that deck if it were needed, that would go a long way towards giving everybody a lot of peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's fairly easy to include in a write-up. You know, we did that a lot with reserved parking for other proposals that if,
Yep, yeah. It would be like
Um,
the parking lot at the beginning of Canal Street, right?
Remember, we wanted to leave that out of the PDD though.
that's correct.
Parking lot across the street.
We can reference that by, you know, this is what site,
Yeah.
I can't remember, J, you know, and then across the street would be site P. You know, we can reference it. But I know that, you know, I think it was with Petramont. There were, you know, maybe 24 spaces that the commission had said if the applicant needs additional parking, they'll be prepped, but they won't be paved.
Right.
In this
Right.
green area. So I think we can take.
When he first talked about having that lot across the street, part of his PDD, at that time, he didn't own it. And we started talking about the lease arrangements would have to be permanent, you know? And that's very difficult to get a permanent lease arrangement. You might as well own it.
Mm-hmm.
So if he owns it, then we have a lot more security to bank on.
That's right. All right, does that help everybody's level of angst on this?
Does mine.
Mine too.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah, if you got the safety valve, then I'm not terribly concerned about the parking ratio. I think it's reasonable. Without the safety valve, though, I have a lot of concerns.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
if he allows us to build in the safety valve, then I think when we write it up, it has to be documented as part of your action.
Okay.
And the other thing I think the write-up also needs to include is, and I know we talked about this, and I know he's amenable to the Riverwalk extension, but we have to, and I don't believe he's, you know, he loves downtown. So from what I understand, and so I don't, but if the property were ever to be sold, we have to make sure that there's some sort of easement that Riverwalk belongs to the city. So however that's worded, it needs to be clear that Riverwalk.
Fortunately, this is one time when he's willing to build the Riverwalk, which is good.
Right, but what I'm saying
Remember-
is if somebody else comes along and owns it and they decide to shut it off and make it just for the people that
No,
live
you're
there.
absolutely right, Ruth. You're
Mhm.
absolutely right. But I'm just thinking back to when Avalon built theirs and the one that was just recently finished, they just provided the land for the Riverwalk.
Right.
Mhm.
City's gonna have to build that. This is a pretty long length of Riverwalk and he's gonna build it. In
Yes,
addition, there's some other amenities that are for the general public that he's willing to take on, so.
Do we have that provision with Mr. Getz on the other half of Canal Street where he's gonna put up the what is it?
yes, I
Park
believe
ride?
there's an
We do
easement
have that?
written to that.
Okay.
Yes, I think, wasn't he gonna build that, Al?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
He was gonna put him in.
like maybe he did, I don't know. Alex probably knows.
The other thing about the Riverwalk is also that the width is appropriate and to what has already been prepared or already has been built. You know, we don't want something that's 2 feet wide.
No, it's gotta be consistent with
Standard for
the
that.
city's needs.
Okay. All right, so do we have a consensus for staff to prepare a resolution?
I think we do.
yeah.
Okay, and I'm seeing that it would be on the side of a favorable resolution then.
Yeah, I think Alex and I have to put our heads together to figure out how best to address the parking stuff.
Okay. All right, unless there's any other comments, questions, or concerns, we can move on to the public portion. So, Mr. Rossetti, is there anyone from the public who has indicated they'd like to comment on an item not on the agenda by using the Zoom raise your hand feature or dialing *9? So if there's anybody out there that would like to comment on something not on the agenda, and if you have not already used Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone, please do so at this time so that you may be identified.
There's no one.
There is no one. Okay. Then we will move on to other business. And the first thing is reduction of as a request to reduce the Meadow Ridge Estates 250,000 performance bond to a 50,000 maintenance bond. Mr. Rossetti, do you have any comments on this?
This is the project over by the police station. They're just about wrapped up. The road is installed. We've been out there. We are fairly comfortable with the development of the site, and we just want to hold on to some maintenance funds in case something should happen come springtime, but otherwise we're confident in the site.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Rossetti? Seeing none, is there a motion from a commissioner on this particular request?
I'll make that motion.
Is that a motion to approve the reduction?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly's made a motion to approve the request for a reduction in the performance bond. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Amato has seconded. So on the motion made by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Amato to approve the request for a reduction in the performance bond. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Donato,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next is further discussion of the affordable housing plan. Mr. Rossetti, do you have any new information to share?
I do, and I know it's getting late, so I'll jump straight into it. I know the primary area of conversation that we left off last time was unit restriction numbers.
Okay, what page is that?
I'm just gonna show you on Excel. So in the original plan, this was the breakdown. 5 to 20 unit size, 21 to 50, 51 to 100, 101 plus, 10, 12, 15, 18. And then this was the percentage at 80% AMI and 60% AMI, okay? After reviewing these numbers, the commission had asked for some potentially kind of more aggressive set-aside percentages. And you know, for projects with 100 units and above to be at that 20% number or above. So here's, I don't know why my mouse is being so goofy. Well,
Yeah, this
okay.
is on page 24 of the plan.
Correct. This is a revision here though.
Right, I know.
Let me try this. Okay. So we added another tier into this breakdown. So units 6 to 10, 10%, 11 to 20 units, 14%, 21 to 50, 18%, 51 to 100, 20%, 101 units and above, 22%. Then this is the breakdown at certain AMI percentages. You will be able to see that the changes in revenue favor the smaller development a bit more, which makes a bit more sense because typically these larger projects are able to recoup some of these funds through economies of scale. But on average, the rental increase would start to cover the cost of the affordable unit at about $100 a month from market rate and increase to $200 a month, ending around $1,900 a month over a market rate of $1,700 a month. Now, you know, one of the items that Tony Panico and I have discussed, and I know the commission has touched on it briefly, was once we start getting above these 20% numbers, and in this area, you know, applicants are going to consider, well, rather than go through a commission process and have to deal with a potential denial, why don't I just file an 8-30G and not be on my merry way, but kind of move forward knowing that they will get an approvals one way or another. So that's just kind of one piece to keep in the back of your mind. So this is kind of a more aggressive set of figures that we can start with. And again, I'm just going to reiterate, this is a guide. This is not a regulation. You are more than welcome to adjust these numbers even once it's adopted.
Mr. Izzetti, I have a question.
Yeah.
I know I wrote down last meeting when we mentioned all this, which I have different percentages. Now, they were changed from those to these? Is
that correct?
Okay.
Where the conversation left off was to have these developments with,
Well, I had like 20 to 50 was 15%, 51 to 100 was 20%, 101 to 200 was 25%.
Yeah.
That's very, very high.
No. That's what
Yeah, we were talking pretty
about at the
aggressively.
time.
Correct.
I mean, if you start talking 20-25%, the developer is going to say, what the heck, for another 5%, I'll get 30%, but I'm out from underneath the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Right, but you are talking 22%.
That's what I put down here. Okay. So with that in mind, I also did another sheet.
Okay.
And I capped it at 20% if a project has over 100 units. And, so overall, everything, the changes in revenue for smaller projects was easier to stomach, I think, for most. The projects that still gets hit the hardest is the really small ones. The 6 family. But many of those 6 family units that the commission would see that we've talked about with, perhaps providing a density bonus for someone in the downtown area to come in and renovate a 6 family or 5 family or similar, they're pre-existing in many cases, and they just need a renovation. And to have an extra unit on top to collect some rent is a benefit. So quite frequently, these units aren't starting from scratch, whereas many of these other complexes would be starting from breaking ground.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
So that's
the difference is they get that unit without any additional site cost.
correct.
You're taking an existing building on an existing site.
Correct. So that's when you look at this change of revenue, 17%, take this number with a grain of salt. But this is, again, I thought kind of somewhere in the middle of where we left off, capping it at maximum 20% when people want to come in. One thing that we haven't done yet, but we will earn more points, is these 60% units. So if a project has 200 units, and if we got 20 units at 60% of AMI, we earn significantly more points than units at 80% of AMI. And there is a demand for, again, back to the whole point of this, someone earning at the AMI rate of 80% affordable is a middle-class person. This isn't poverty. And same thing with 60% affordability. I mean, a single person is earning, I forget what the cap was, but it's a single person earning less than something like $40,000 or $50,000 a year would be eligible. And based off of kind of that supporting documentation and the rest of that plan, there is a high demand for all of these units, and just housing in general.
Right.
Mr.
But-
Rossetti, could you just clarify why you said this is not a regulation, this is a plan? This is the
Correct.
plan that we would submit to,
That's gotta be
Dave,
stressed.
but if the commission then wants to actually have a regulation, then we have to amend our planning and zoning regs.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah,
You know-
so that's just to make sure everybody understands. And for anyone watching or listening in, until those percentages are mandated by our zoning regs, this is just,
Correct, but this gives us a starting
Something to
point
shoot
when
for.
someone comes in to propose an application. Here's what the commission discussed at great length.
Mhm.
Here's what their head's at. If you can demonstrate, that this doesn't work for your project, or you're giving this to the city or doing this walkway or whatever it may be. Okay, they'll take that under advisement, but this is where you should start moving forward.
Mhm.
And
But
see
unless
where
it's in
that
the
takes
regs,
us.
it's not a mandate. So,
Now, if
And I don't
after
see it
this,
becoming a mandate.
I don't know. It all depends on what kind of.
Well, then we're really gonna have the arguments because these regulations that the state has gives no recognition at all to the affordable housing supply that we have in Shelton.
It's
No,
right.
You're right.
You know?
You're exactly right.
And they can change their mind at any time too,
Mhm.
which they're known to do, not necessarily for the better, but
Yeah.
So,
I'm just wondering if we're just trying to get too honed in on these numbers, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20. Because when you start doing the math, I guess you really have to figure out the math because 11 times 12% is still going to be the same amount of units as if you made it 15%, right?
correct.
So why not just do, 10, 15, 20?
You can slice and dice it any which way, there's always pros and cons to
mhm.
any of it. The nice thing about tiering it a bit was so that it makes it a little, I don't want to say easier to stomach, but the smaller projects are harder to, they take a bigger hit when you ask for higher
Sure,
percentages.
Well, they're
Sure.
proportional.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
It'd be nice if we could avoid that 20% figure though. It
Right.
just-
I mean, look, there's all you can.
Yeah, I was gonna say make it 18.
Mhm.
So then, theoretically, if we went with something like this, the maximum rent increase, if someone came in with 200 units and they followed this exact breakdown, the market rate units would have to go up to $1,871 per month over a unit rented at $1,700 a month.
Mhm.
So the other 164 units would have to pay this.
Mhm. Okay.
Wouldn't that, the maximum rate and so on and so forth, wouldn't that be contingent on the amount of studios and so on and so forth? I mean, that could go up and down, couldn't it?
Of course, there's just so
All
much variability in here. You just have to set the controls that you can. So for this example, I took an average.
No, I understand that. I just want to make everyone aware that, this is not,
Of course,
you
of
know,
course.
all right.
Yeah, with
It's not all
two
one
bedrooms,
bedrooms.
Yeah, it's not one size fits all.
Mhm.
not at all. Nope.
Mr. Rossetti, that bottom chart that starts 6 to 10, do we have to be concerned about the fact that in the second row, we only are talking about 9 units, but then when we go to 21 to 50, 14% of that range is much bigger than the 11 to 20? We're talking about, the 29 units? And then 51 to is 49 units. Does that make a difference at all? Math wise?
Yes and no. I mean,
It's less of a hit.
when you think of it as kind of an exponential curve, as the unit counts increase, then the percentage ratio also increases. If you wanted to do it as a static increase, you could do it 5 to 15, 16 to 25, so on.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at what are we gonna gain by keeping it broken down like that? What do we stand to lose if we change it at all? That's all.
What do you stand to lose? I think it just makes it harder for this. It makes it harder for the smaller units.
Okay.
'Cause anything over a half 0.5 would be 1 unit. So
So, yeah, but what's the majority of the number of units we have approved, you know?
Many of the complexes have been right around the 30 unit mark.
Right, 30, I think the last one we are going to approve, maybe. It's like 37 units, something like that. It's usually within the 30s and above.
Correct. But this kind of goes, if you guys remember that middle housing diagram that we looked at, that's kind of if you look at housing as a ladder, on one end you have single family traditional residential, on the other end you have these kind of higher density apartment proposals. There's this kind of underrepresented area in the middle of townhomes and duplexes and so forth. And we do have a mix of that in downtown, but that's where these units come into play.
All right, let me ask a stupid question. If you had a 3 or 4 family house, you don't have to do this?
No, no. We could ask, you know, if, and this is one of the things that was brought up, and I think this will have to be an ongoing conversation with our commission, is when we get calls all the time where someone says they've got a 4 family and they want to make it a 5 family. You know, but the house and the property, they're already pre-existing non-conforming. They don't have parking, they don't have this, they don't have that. But they're willing to renovate the house, renovate the property, clean it up, but they really only want to do it if they're going to get an extra unit. And so, you know, I think we could come up with a mechanism to say, all right, you know, if you're really interested and you're willing to make that extra unit rented as affordable, the commission would consider your application. But if I could get a little guidance from you guys, you know, this was kind of the biggest point of where we left off, was where would you like to end up with these? Do you know, also these 60% units, they dig into revenue quite a bit. You know, I can adjust these ratios a bit more, or if you're happy with this last suggestion, if you want to make it even simpler and just do 3 steps, you know.
Mr. Rossetti, I just on that last part, I like it breaking down as we have it here. I was just playing with some numbers on my phone. I mean, I think we can, in my opinion, I think we could stress that it's a guide, but I'd rather have it breaken down more where applicants may feel that it was a bit more tailored and we put thought into it and it's a guide, than if we just had 2 or 3 tiers, then someone who's got 6 might be in the same category, someone who's got 20. I like that we've broken it down to at least several different options, or several different levels, so that the smaller applicants see that they're with similar developments.
Even in a range, 11 to 20 at 12%, 12% of 11 is 1.32.
that's 1 unit.
Yeah, so that's 1 unit.
It's the same as 10%.
Right, but then when you go 19 times 12%, you're up to over 2 1/4. So you got 2.
Right.
And it's
That's-
a guide, right? It's a guide, so that.
Well,
when
Alex
the
started it
applicant
at
comes-
6 because 6, you can round it up.
Right,
6
and a lot of
is a
them
unit, you can
fall.
call it a unit.
Right,
Yep.
a lot of them fall 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, but that's because it's a guide, so then we can work with the applicant and figure out where we land, if that's then dropped down or what. So it is a guide, and I get it with the numbers, but I think from an applicant perspective, to see that we've tailored it to different size developments rather than just having kind of 3 big buckets.
Straight across the board even. Yeah, no, you're right.
But anything 0.5 or above automatically defaults to the higher number, to the 2.
Right.
Yes.
And
correct.
again, you got to remember that this is a guide, people.
Right.
Mhm.
And I'm fine with the 18%. I know you mentioned that as well, Alex. And I think it's a smart point you pointed out with the 22%. At that point, we may see people trying to take advantage of then just going straight through with the 30, and we want more affordable housing and more housing options. I think the 18% then gets us where we can really work with applicants then to design these developments.
But we have to realize that one of the bargaining chips on this is going to be the parking ratio. So we're going to continue to have that issue. That's, I mean, because what else, density wise, if we're going to give them more density, the issue is going to be with the parking ratio.
Mhm.
Yep.
So it's always going to come back to that.
Well, the reason I was bringing up about the 12% and everything and 14% of 50 units is 7, whereas on the low side, 14% of 21 is like 3 or 4. So
Right, it's 2.94. So then we'd round that up to then 3.
3, right? But so is there any criticism that we would get that, well, on the low end, it's only 3 affordable units, but on the, if you're going to go up to 50, then it's 7 units. That's the criticism that I want to
No
avoid.
matter what we do, we're going to get criticism.
Yeah, I know, we're always caught between
Yeah.
a rock and a hard
And that's-
place.
Right, and that scale will be there. I actually think it's less severe when we break it down in these smaller ways than if we had such bigger buckets. But yes, that will happen.
Yeah,
But you got more units, you got more income. Yeah, you
Right.
have more expense in building, but you have more income.
Right.
and that's what everybody has to decide for
again,
themselves. What
Alex,
is
you're-
it gonna
you're-
work for them? Mr.
Alex,
Panico,
the-
did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't recall when we had the discussion initially with this table, but how did you, you have a value per unit, right?
Yes,
Annual revenue?
yep.
Okay, but if a person has to set a, I guess I'm talking in circles to myself here.
That's okay.
When I guess what I'm saying is if you offset it by giving more density, then the value per unit comes down because he doesn't have to pay for the land. He already has the land.
Correct.
So I still think somehow or other there has to be a bonus figure, a bonus thing worked out some way, somehow we have to do it.
I mean, they do, they get more market rate units.
Yeah.
Alex, is there anything else that you want to present?
That was the biggest thing, and just kind of the last point before we really start to wrap this up. If you guys have any other comments or suggestions that you would like in the text, please email them to me and I will get those taken care of. The chair and I will set up a time to have this on an upcoming meeting and bring this before the public.
Yeah, the timeline that I'm thinking of is that we would like to have any comments so that the commission could get a final updated plan for review by the end of this week. The public, that's one of the other things, the public has to have a chance to comment on it. Is it just to be posted on the city's website for public review and maybe have their request that their comments come to us by March 21st, which is over a week and a half, so that it could be on the March 22nd agenda for review of any comments and action by the commission.
Do we do that, or do the aldermen?
They do it in addition after us. They got-
Okay, all right.
We don't
Yeah,
have to have
Judy.
a public hearing though, right?
No,
No, we
No.
just put it out for comment.
Right, exactly.
But there,
And-
there is a timeline that we have to have this out for, so I'll talk to you about that later a little bit.
Yeah. So, if everybody feels that just posting on the city's website and I'm sure that the local news media would publicize the fact that we discussed this at a particular meeting and it's there on the city's website for review. And they could submit public comments, through the internet or by mail. So, but does that make sense to everybody?
I would just make sure that it's clearly stated that it's not a public hearing,
Right,
that it's just a ongoing accepting
Yeah.
of public comment.
okay,
And
Right.
also to clearly identify at the very beginning of this plan that it is a guide. It is not regulation.
right, exactly.
I just want to point out to the commission, if you weren't already aware of it, but the Trumbull Planning and Zoning Commission and their Economic Community Development Department did send out a survey to their residents, and I didn't know if that is something that would be something that you felt that we needed to do as well. From something that was on the press, it's an opportunity, they stated, it was an opportunity for residents to provide input about their housing experiences and feedback about alternative housing options and strategies that could be considered. I don't know if we're past that point already. And
I don't think we have time to do that, do we?
I
well,
don't think so either.
Is that our role? That, you said the EDC did that, or the community development?
both planning and zoning
Oh,
department.
planning and zoning? They
And
jointly did it or separately?
jointly Did it. No, they jointly did it. They did it by Survey Monkey. And it was on the town's website, and it was also publicized in the media for people to respond. I don't know what.
Didn't
kind
they
of-
ask a lot of other kind of questions too, though? It wasn't just on housing. I thought
Jenny,
they asked a lot
They
of,
structured it to meet
10
what they
o'clock,
wanted.
Discuss this another time. It's like 10 o'clock. I can't.
Yes, I know. I want to wrap up myself with Commissioner Mata, but I just wanted to get to this point. So if you have any particular comments, please submit them to staff so that staff could get a clean copy to everyone. And it can be posted on the city's website. Until we get that on the website, we can't move forward. So, and until we get your comments, we can't get a
I
clean
have
copy.
no further comments. I
Yeah,
can state
good.
that.
Okay. All right. And as Commissioner Mata brought up, it is 10
Late.
o'clock, and I would suggest that we take the rest of the agenda, which are other business items D, E, and F, and table those for now, put them on an upcoming agenda. Does
Okay.
anybody have any problems with that?
No.
Let's
Need
do-
a motion?
Okay. All right. Well, seeing that there is no other items on the agenda, then I'm going to adjourn the meeting as of 10:03 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Everyone's been so good about staying in there and commenting on things. That helps matters quite a bit.
Good
So,
night, everyone.
Good
night,
night, everyone.
see you next week.
Okay.
Good night.